Good morning, everyone. I'll call our 2019 budget retreat meeting to order at this time. Appreciate everyone being here. Want to welcome Ms. Leggett to her first budget retreat. She asked me last night, will we be there all day? I said, yeah, we'll be there all day. Probably come back on Thursday, but maybe not. At this time, I would like to have an invocation, as we always do, and I'll call on Miss Wills to do that this morning.
Let's pray. Our Father, we come together today. We come together as a group of commissioners, Lord. We come together, God, to work on what we think is best for our county. God, sometimes citizens may not agree with us, but sometimes, Lord, they don't do it in a circle. I just ask you to be with each one of us, and God, we just ask you to keep you in your service as we go through this meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you. He's up there. I'm gonna call on Commissioner Outlaw in just a second to give us some instructions. And I think our host walked outside a minute. Mr. Outlaw, if you will give us the house instructions, or have our host to, and I personally, on behalf of the board, want to thank you for taking charge of setting this up over here with the prisons this year. It's a great venue, and we thank you, sir, on behalf of the board for allowing us to use your space. And Mr. Outlaw, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, most of my communications were with Warren's better half, Pat, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about what happened to Pat when you give us the instruction. But she's in the hospital. She had a fall. I don't know exactly what caused the fall, but I think it was probably related to blood pressure or something like that, dehydration. But Warren's got very much appreciative for you to let us use this facility. It's an excellent place to have a meeting like this, and Warren's got some rules that he'd like to share with you that won't really particularly apply this morning, but will apply more at lunch when he starts talking about his ice and his food up here for his dog. So Warren, thank you very much for allowing us to use this facility. Very much appreciated. He'll tell you about his little book as well.
Yeah. First of all, welcome. Glad to have you here. Hope there'll be a productive meeting. Hope you'll reduce my taxes, by the way. And I like to let everybody sign this book when they come in. You don't get a bill or anything for it. I just like to keep up with who comes. So at your convenience, if you'll do that, and as the other ones come in later on, if they'll sign it too. And I do welcome you again. You're certainly welcome here, and I'm glad to see you, and hope everything will be to your satisfaction. Now, the sort of ground rules, so to speak, when you're eating, I have a big trash can in the kitchen, and beside of it is a little 5-gallon bucket, and my dogs eat anything that you don't eat, but they don't eat paper and plastic and napkins and such as that. So, no. But they do eat bones. They love bones. But anyway, welcome, and glad to have you. I think the ice, everybody can see you got your drinks in it. What Wayne was talking about, occasionally we have someone to dump trash in the ice, you know what that means. But anyway.
Dirty ice.
Dirty ice. And I have to change it and go again. But anyway, welcome. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Do they eat chicken bones? Do they eat anything? Dog? Yes, eat chicken bones? No, I've never.
Mr. Outlaw, if you'll take charge of future people that come in and that
I'll let
book,
you sign it
keep
first.
that on your mind, we'll pass it around here this morning as we get started. Let Z sign that, and we're down to the first item, which is the Nash Rocky Mountain budget request. I would like to ask the attorney if this item, I think I know the answer, but I wanted to ask if this item can be handled in a closed session item, or is it an open session item? just because I think there's gonna be some discussion about it, but with that said, I just kinda want to know as chairman. which
A
way-
budget item needs to be a open session item unless it's related to purchase of real estate, economic development, or material terms of a contract. You know, so general budget items are open session items.
All right, that's exactly what I thought, but, not what I wanted to hear particularly, but that's the rules by which we'll work under. Mr. Lamb, with that said, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
It's just a sensitive item that concerns me a little bit, but I felt like the answer was exactly what Mr. Durham said, but try it anyway.
yeah, of course, last week y'all read in the paper about the budget shortfall and the school system looking to cut the supplements for the last 3 or 4 months of the year for their staff, for their teachers and staff. Friday, I had a visit from the superintendent. Want to know if I would bring to y'all a request for additional funding for the current year. I think I've given you all a letter that I received yesterday. Does everyone have that? Yeah, where they detail their shortfalls and their needs, and so that is where we are. The justification is the shortfall is salary increases. The city high school, where the legislature said they would fund $200,000, and then before the budget passed, that was taken out last year, and then catch-all additional operations, $200,000.
And that letter's printed front and back. Those details are on the back side.
I will be glad to defer to the chairman for discussion.
Well, what I'd like to do is, open up to board members, any questions you got about this, thoughts you got about it, questions first, and Mr. Lamb, are you gonna give us a recommendation? Do you want to get questions first, or how do you wish to do it? It's a little bit unique in dealing with it, but
Yeah.
why don't we do any questions that board members have first, and work through that?
So at the beginning of the year, did they present a balanced budget?
They presented a budget that was 1.4 million out of budget, that they requested additional funds. We gave them, I believe, 180,000 more than the prior year. And at that time, the normal procedure is you go back and you adjust your budget if you don't get all your funding based on your request. And from that point on, I'm not sure how they tweaked their budget at all. As far as I know, they didn't make any further changes. So, but we in our budget ordinance, we gave them a certain amount of money, and from that point on, it's normal that they would make adjustments based on their funding.
But it's also worth noting, I think, that based on their ADM, we pay them so much money per pupil. And when that ADM drops, and it has been dropping every year, we have not reduced their funding to coincide with that. So in essence, I believe that total amount of money was, you recall, it was like 300 and some thousand that it equated to in that ADM drop.
Yeah. Every year y'all have
348,000, right.
provided more per student than the year before.
So that's like a,
Yeah.
a $348,000 increase.
Other questions,
Any questions?
comments?
Do they report back to the county with their budget throughout the year, or to the state at all?
Basically, when the commissioners give them their current expense appropriation. You can designate it for certain things if you want. They then take that amount, add it to their state and federal funds, do a final budget, and we cannot change the way they spend that money under our system. There is another system in North Carolina that about 15 or 20 counties have that you can require that if they change any line item more than 10%, they have to come back to y'all, but we're not one of those counties.
Is that statutory?
Yeah. It's called purpose and function budgeting, or function and purpose budgeting. Basically, when we give them that $20 million for current expense, they're free to do with it what they want. I will give you a little history on the supplements that's threatened. 5 years ago, the county was providing teachers a 6% supplement, and the county did a 3-year agreement with the school board that raised that to 8%, to 9%, and then 10%. So additional funds were appropriated by the commissioners to pay for their share of those supplement increases.
In these shortfall items, do we have any idea what these locally funded positions, $400,000 are?
I do not, I don't know if they're supplements for principals and others. I don't know if they're,
Well, an example would be maintenance.
or new positions that they've created this year.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
is it new positions that's been created that, are they really necessary and that's where they spent $400,000?
Yeah, I think that's, I think they're, I'm not sure.
You've got a certain number of maintenance people, administrators, and hopefully they've got some classroom teachers in that local funding. I don't know, I have not seen the list, but that's typically what you're gonna have, an assortment of people like that.
Yeah. You know, we had heard that they were gonna ask us for the 200,000 probably 6 months ago, for the city high. I think it was in the paper that they were gonna request, commissioners help them with that since the legislature, eliminated that funding. But we never got a request. This is the first time we've gotten a request, so.
And what is that for?
The city high, the,
Renovations at the existing middle school to utilize it for City High, which is a technical high school.
this is
Nash Rocky Mountain School.
first year of that school.
Mr. Lamb, could we potentially work towards having the General Assembly add that to us to that list for purpose and function financing? Is that a
You don't have to get
possibility?
the General Assembly to do it, you can elect to do it. The commissioners, when you pass your budget ordinance, can restrict their current expense funding by purpose and function, yeah. And any deviation beyond, it's either 10% or 20%, I think it's 10%, requires them to come back to the commissioners. Whereas under normal funding for schools, you know, once you give them the money, it's a done deal. But we can get the information on that, get the statute, and disseminate that to y'all.
I think we should definitely do that. The way you said it first, I thought there were a certain number of counties that had the ability to do that, but not every one of them.
Every county has the ability to, only,
Some of them
only
elected.
like 15 or so, plus or minus, actually do it, and most of them are into Piedmont. I don't know of any in the east that do that.
Other commissioners, comments, questions?
I was just gonna say one other comment. You know, you asked for my recommendation, and I think, having talked to the various commissioners, that y'all really do not want these teachers who have been promised 10% supplements to have those cut. And I know y'all don't want that, since y'all were so instrumental in raising it to 10%. So I do recommend that, if nothing else, but making sure they don't have to cut those supplements. That now they say it's $795,000 for the supplements, and I read an article. That's not how it's shown here, but I guess it all adds up to about $800,000 in supplements that they're going to have to cut. $795,000 is the figure I was told.
Well, just the thing that bothers me most about it on behalf of our board is it always comes out when something like this happens that the commissioners haven't done their job, and I hear that quite a bit on this particular item here. Even my grandson came home and asked me the other day, he goes to Ruddock Middle School, why we were cutting the teachers' salaries at the end of the year. And I said, Noah, where did you pick that up from? He said, well, the teacher told us in class today. And I won't continue with the conversation I had with him because I don't really want that in the paper. But it really, a lot of the blame gets directed back to us. And the facts are, we have given the $800,000 to pay the supplement with. They have spent it somewhere besides where it needs to be spent, and now they're coming back and need an advance to pay what we've already paid, give them the money to pay. And that just bothers me tremendously, but an advance means you gotta pay it back. And then what does that do to next year's budget? Do we get to the same place at the end of next year? We do not have a chief finance officer with the school system, which bothers me. That's a tremendous amount of money flows through that place, to not have a chief finance officer. We've got an interim that is a lady probably trying to do the best she can do, but we hadn't had one since Miss Blackwell left last year, right at a year ago. I have probably anguished over this as much as I have anything, and it started last Tuesday. I happened to be out of town on my project in Hickory. Phone started ringing, and it was the rampant of school teachers' husbands, not that many particular school teachers, because they're pretty much told they shouldn't be talking to us. A lot of parents are school teachers, even grandparents are school teachers, and some of us have talked, and all we could do was direct them back to their school board members, which is what we should be doing, because we can't fix an item like that. But I sent each one of the commissioners yesterday a list of my thoughts of what I think we should request if indeed we agree to do this. I think the first thing we've got to decide is if we're willing to do it. But then, at this moment, I just think we've got severe finance problems within the school system, and I'm not sure that we've got the personnel in place to get those corrected. I think we are, and we got to be very guarded as a board. And I know I'm rambling on, but we can't tell the school board how to run the school system. That's their job. That's what they're elected to do. But if we've got to fund it, we've certainly got to have an assurance, and we've got to feel good that the money's been spent in the right places. And here this morning, I just don't have that feeling, quite frankly. Come on in, Mr. Bellfield. I think you are over here beside Miss Richardson. Good morning, sir. Good morning. So, I've sent y'all something I want to consider, add to, if you got issues with some of it, to be considered as if we agree to do this as a stipulation that we would deliver back to the school board, we're gonna do this subject to some items. And if the board doesn't feel like I do about this, that's fine. If you want to add something to it, that's fine, but it's just put on the table now for discussion, because I just think we have known for quite some time that things bother us that's going on in the school system from a financial standpoint, numerous other standpoints, quite frankly, but again, we can't run the schools. We can only fund the schools. But I think we've got a moment here where we could ask for some certain things to be done that would certainly should help us at the end of this list, if we get it done, is to make us feel better about what we're dealing with over there. And hearing from a couple of school board members, they are somewhat needing help, quite frankly, is the way it was put to me, in getting a handle on what's going on in the school system. I'm a little bit surprised of that they actually feel like they need our help some, but certainly willing to do it, because I think we've got, all of us have the best interests of the schools in mind. There's no question about that. But we've just seemed to have some real issues in the school system, and to keep kicking it down the road, I don't think it's the right thing to do. If you've got that list there, one thing that I think we need to do is to, if we agree to do this, is to ask the Department of Public Instructions will be requested by the two chairmen, and that's myself and Franklin Lamb, to come in and do, on a voluntary basis, to do a full audit of the financial condition of our school system. I'd also, and Commissioner Outlaw and I have discussed this some, we think we've got some issues with staffing as far as how our dollars are utilized. We've got some positions that may well not be necessary. We've got an awful top-heavy administrative staff, and we've got extremely low scores in our school system. To bring scores up, you gotta have people in the classroom. You gotta have good people in the classroom. We know that, even though we don't run the schools, but I mean, it just takes a little bit of common sense to realize, to teach children, you gotta have the people in the classroom to do that. So basically what I think we should ask for is an overall review of our entire school system. I understand they've got people in place that do that, and the chairman of the board, school board, has agreed that he feels this needs to be done, so that's the first thing on our list. The thing that bothers me, I've asked several times, number 2 here, is how much fund balance do you have left in your current expense budget? And nobody really seems to know. I don't think they honestly can give you an answer. I've heard numerous different figures. I think we should ask, they have a...
Do we keep their fund balance, or they keep their own fund?
They have their own fund balance, Mr. Belfield. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
on Friday, when he came to see me, the superintendent, he did indicate that according to their last audit, which they should have gotten in the last couple months, they did increase their fund balance. I can't remember if it was 250 or 350, but it was along that, somewhere along there.
You saying that's the increase, or that's the amount they got?
That was the increase
Okay.
from the prior year.
But the real question is, how much is the fund balance? I don't think anybody over there seems to know. Certain board members sure do not know.
Have we received their audit?
We have.
Okay.
My point there is they have an auditor that works for the school board. His name is Dale Smith. And I would like for us to request them to have Dale Smith, since he's familiar with it, to do an audit and to determine what the fund balance is and report it back to the Board of Commissioners as well as the Board of Education. but the Board of Education does not know that number. Are we getting in their business? Mr. Lamb, I see that on your face. Yes, I'll have to admit that we are, but I just think it's time, if we're gonna put $800,000, a whole lot of money, close to $1 billion bucks. Ms. Richardson?
Yes, sir. I would just like to say, I don't have a problem with doing this to help them to get kind of stable in what they're doing, because those teachers deserve what they do. But I have a problem with giving it because this is taxpayers' money, and we don't have any input in how it's been used. I mean, if we're gonna do it, what is it gonna do to next year's budget? And I mean, as you work through these processes, as you said, I think we need to have somebody in working with them so we can be connected other than just giving them the money. I mean, if you want our money, that's the counties, the citizens. Let us have some input as to know what's going on. I mean, we can't keep doing this and just don't know what's going on and no inside input until they come and ask for money, because it's not just one of ours, it's all the Nash counties and funds, and as our former colleague used to say, spend taxpayers' money wisely. And I hope that's what we're doing. But we want to do it for the teachers, but not saying having control over it, to a certain degree we do need some control over it to make sure it's balanced out. And whatever's going on, we can help in some way correct.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, we haven't received their audit. I was thinking
I didn't think you had.
No, I have not.
If I could just piggyback a little bit on what Ms. Richardson just said. Back in October, I think their shortfall was 1.2 million. And I believe currently I've heard from 2.4 to 2.8 million.
Shortfall.
Mm-hmm. But through repurposing and revisions, that shortfall has been reduced to 800,000. So a question and a comment. 1.6 million has been eliminated through repurposing and revisions. My question is, of that 1.6 million, was any of that fund balance? I've heard it was, and I've heard others say no. So back to Mr. Davis's point, I don't think anybody really has a good handle on their fund balance. So they say they need 800,000. If they've got a shortfall of 800,000 in this budget, then it would be logical to Ms. Richardson's point that they're going to have that shortfall in the 1920 budget, and even more if they took fund balance to offset that 2.4, 2.8 million, whatever it was. So my opinion is, and I've said this, I have not been shy about saying this. I guess I've said it a little gentler in recent times than I did back when Dr. Jackson was here, but I do believe their administration is heavy. I think they've got people that they could probably do without, and I know for a fact that you can do without administrators, but you cannot do without the classroom teacher. If you don't have the classroom teacher, then you really don't teach the kids. And so for that purpose, I would say that we need, if we advance them $800,000 or whatever the number actually is, then they need to remove a like amount from their 1920 budget, and they need to itemize those items and share that with us. I think that's reasonable. That would be what I would request that we do. I'm not comfortable that the number is really 800,000. It could be more, but it's definitely at least 800,000. And to Mr. Davis's first point about the audit of their finances and their resources, I think if we would bring someone in from DPI or wherever, some independent group that could come in here and look at their finances objectively, then I'm willing to accept the results of that audit. But I believe if that system is compared to other systems, that we're going to see that there's some people that are in place that are not necessarily needed in place. Now, I don't know. I'm not picking out people, but I just want to mention a couple of things. And they have $50,000 or so, roughly $50,000 in that budget for principal mentors. Now, we know, because we've seen the information, that principals are budgeted supplemental-wise up to 38% plus. There's an overall average for principals on supplement of over 16%. So if you're paying a principal at that amount, then you probably have got pretty good principals, and you don't need to have former administrators in the system that are looking over the shoulder of these principals. Back in the day, in talking to some principals that used to be in the system, they did have people that they could go to answer their questions. If they had a question, if something came up that they weren't familiar with, they could go to another more seasoned principal to get that information. Again, I'm not an educator, but I'm saying that the classroom teacher is the most important thing in the school system. So if I'm looking at the budget and I was on the Board of Education, that would be a starting point. That's a symptom that there's things in that budget that they could reduce. Again, the supplements that they've paid to a lot of different people, there's just a lot of things in that budget that I think an audit would reveal to us.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Belfield? Oh, excuse me, I think I had mentioned Dan could go next, and I'll be with you.
I saw you had to.
If we're gonna do this, and we're gonna ask them to cut their budget, I think we also need assurance from them that this $800,000, that taking it away from the classroom teachers won't come up again. If you're gonna take it out of your budget, take it somewhere else, and don't threaten cutting classroom teachers' supplements. If you want to cut supplements, cut administrative supplements. I couldn't really believe in some of the salaries that's out there that they get a part of this supplement money. And my idea the whole time that supplement money was for classroom teachers. And I just won't be assured that this threat don't ever come up again, because teachers are underpaid, in my opinion, anyway. And I get tired of hearing that the budget's so tight, like it's our fault, as Mr. Davis alluded to a while ago, that teachers have to take their own money and go out and buy pencils and paper for their kids. With a budget this size, there ain't no excuse in teachers having to take their pay and go out and buy pencils and papers for their students. We can furnish it. So if we're gonna do this, I'd like to be assured that this threat don't ever come up again, that we're gonna take it out of the classroom teachers' pay.
Yeah, if I may, I think, I'm sorry.
Let me keep on with Commissioner. Mr. Belfield?
Well, I know several years ago, they had a problem with the finance department where they didn't give accurate information about their fund balance. In fact, I recall it being down, saying it was down to about $58,000, and they had over $1 million. They discovered had over $1 million, about $1.4 million.
Found out overnight.
In fund balance. So the problem to me seemed to be that they need some training in finance and how to handle in a fund balance, well, the whole budget. Know what's left after they've spent, and they need to keep up with it step by step. And I'm not sure they do. And we're talking about an audit. It needs to be a thorough audit, because see, some auditors just go in and look at your system. But they need to go down this thing. They need to have an audit where they go line item by line item. And most auditors that asked about when they given the auditor's report, they didn't do that. And they just looked at the system and see how were they keeping their records and everything, and maybe some questionable expenditures. That's what, in my opinion, it needs to happen, and I can agree if they're gonna cut their budget, they need to look at the support system. That's where they need to look, at the support system. And some of that support system, they may be able to do without, and if they can't do without them, there are grant monies out here, even with some foundations, that they need to take a look at.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, following along that, you know, when they requested last year funding, and then y'all passed a budget ordinance 1st of June, it appears that the budget they presented to us in joint session was never amended to take into account the reduced funding, which I'm not sure why. I think he says he had changeover in the finance office, but as soon as we passed that ordinance, that budget ordinance, they knew what monies they were gonna get from the county, and at that point, they should have amended their budget, and we can't see where they actually went in and amended, because they were still having that 1.4 extra or 1.2 extra that they had requested in their budget and didn't make adjustments. I know a few years ago, our ordinance passed the water budget, and we had appropriated funds from fund balance, and then realized we weren't going to have, after the audit was completed, before the audit was completed, but we realized that we were going to use the prior year fund balance. So we made adjustments because we knew we weren't going to get that money, and made budget amendments. But it just appears that when they didn't get their full ask last year, that there were no steps taken to balance their budget.
Well, you know, you talked about a changeover in the finance office. Really, just like in the county, the buck stops with the superintendent and the buck stops with the county manager. So when Mr. Wren retires, or Ms. Nixon retired, or others retire, that doesn't exonerate the county manager from responsibility for overseeing those operations.
That's correct.
So I just don't buy that Ms. Blackwell's departure is part of the problem. It may be, but I just don't buy it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ms. Wells.
I have two questions, I guess. One is, can we not earmark the bonus money? Can the bonus money be earmarked in the future? That it cannot be used except the bonuses?
As we currently operate, no, but we're gonna look into something that we may can.
And I think the second thing that has upset all of us on this board more than anything else, they've gone after the teachers.
Absolutely.
They ain't talking about cutting the top, but we know they're top heavy. I told two board members yesterday they're top heavy, and they agreed with me. But you know, to go to the person that is educating our future and say, you're not important to us, so we're gonna take part of your pay, but we're not gonna take out, our pay, we're gonna keep these up here. And I understand there's 3 or 4 over there that sit in their office all day long and do not leave, except to go to lunch. Now, I mean, he needs to look at his higher ups and leave the lower down ones. They're low enough now without slapping them in the face.
Ms. Land.
I was just gonna, I know we, at 10:45, we got the 2019 projections, and when you're talking about taking 800,000, I just want to let y'all know where that leaves us. If you'll look at the first handout, you can see that since the first of the year, we've amended the budget.
They don't have the, they don't
We
have
don't
the
have
budget
that
book yet.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
catch
they don't
that
have the
when we
book
get
yet?
it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Y'all have amended the budget for the high-speed internet project, the Miracle Park additional funds, and the Ag Center project, $550,000. So, last 4 or 5 years, we've added to our fund balance pretty much every year. It's gonna be tight this year, and I would say that, with the 800,000, we will spend some of our fund balance, but we have a comfortable fund balance. But,
I think we realize that
Yeah.
in this year that may possibly happen.
yeah.
Mr. Lamb, if you, I don't know how much y'all had, but the chairman brought me a very detailed presentation, chairman of the school board. And if you look at where the shortfall came from, it doesn't show that they didn't account for that 1.2, $1.4 million. I think they made that adjustment.
They did?
It appears like it, because they give it line item by line item where the money went. And the most of it is a lot of things like they had another year to pay on a Dale contract that nobody knew they had. There's 3 items like that that is a significant amount of money. That's why I'm so concerned that they don't have a chief financial officer over there. If you study this list, it's just things that haven't been attended to, the short and the long of it. So I just think that, you know, that's where the issue is. I think they probably made those adjustments, and it's really just things that have spent money on that they didn't have in the budget to start with. Some of them were obligations, a lot of them were obligations that were there, but I guess in the transition of the Ms. Blackwell leaving, they didn't get brought to the attention of the next person in line that put that budget together. I thought she had kind of put it together, but it doesn't matter who put it together. It was just poorly done, and there's a lot of expenses that weren't in the budget that had to be paid, short and long of it. So to keep us on schedule today, the other 2 items I had very quickly is, I think we should request they put a spending freeze on their local budget for the last 3 months. Hopefully they would do that without being asked, because you always do that when you got budget problems.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if we accept that, I'd like to add something to that number 3,
That's fine, sir.
comma, that does not affect classroom instruction. Budget freeze that does not include, that does not affect classroom instruction.
I got no issue with that. It would do it in itself because classroom instructions are already an obligation to them, but I don't mind that being in there to make it clear another time.
I want it clear.
I got that. And then off, I granted this doesn't fit the problem at hand too well, but number 4 is about the new elementary school. We should have a genuine concern that we have $10 million potential grant sitting there, and there's nothing been done to get this thing moving forward. If we keep allowing them to just sit and not do anything, that money is going to end up in another county. That's the way it operates. And there's really, we're same place we were the day we got the funds. There's nothing moved on it. I've asked the new chairman about every 2 weeks, when can we meet again? And you know, we've got a committee in place, but we're not meeting at all. We haven't met since last October. And I'd just like to put some deadlines in there of some of these things happening. That's the only way I think it's gonna happen, because I just, for some reason, sense a purposely delay on moving forward with this school. And it's just gonna be a shame for us to lose that grant opportunity when it pays for half of the school. We can't sit here and let that happen. But I've done a little checking on some other people that got that money, other counties, and see where they were, and we're by far the furthest behind of any of those counties that got that fund. Everybody else is moving forward. Most of them have already selected architects, know their sites and so forth, and we are just doing nothing. I've listed 4 things there that are extremely aggressive, but I think we're at a point where we've got to be extremely aggressive to get this thing built, and I would like to have those items added to this, subject to list as well, if nobody has objection to it.
I think that item directly affects our spending, our finances.
Well, it
If we're
does.
not able to get that done
Yep.
and take advantage of this grant money.
Well, it's going to, $10 million gonna fall back in our
Absolutely.
lap, what it boils down
So I
to.
think it all ties together.
Oh, well, it does, it does.
Is the intent that the joint committee would be involved in B, C, and D?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay.
And I put this together real hastily. It needs some wordsmithing, most likely, and it's some, a little bit of clarification. But, I would just request that our board consider approving this, advance request. On the payback, the way I've got it listed is to be agreed upon by the county manager and superintendent and forwarded to each chairman. There are a couple of members on our board that want that, some things added to that, and Mr. Outlaw, Mr. Combs, either one of y'all
And I
that want to
think
add
Ms.
to it,
Richardson
and
and I
Ms.
believe-
Richardson as well.
I hope the full board would agree that that would be a reasonable thing to ask them to do.
I think what we can do is just instruct our manager, here is what our expectation is, because when it comes back to the two chairmen, first thing I'm gonna do is send it to the whole board and get their blessings on it. But y'all tell Mr. Lamb what you want included in the way it will be paid back and when.
Well, my expectation would be that in their 1920 budget, we're advancing them 800,000 against that budget. So they need to identify that amount in their 1920 school year.
In 1 year.
Yes.
In 1 year.
I mean, because it's obviously recurring. This is not a capital item. And I'm just hopeful that, for the sake of our teachers, that they will think that, this is a reasonable thing to do. If you go back and look at teacher supplements in our system, and it kind of amazed me, and a former administrator in the system brought this to my attention. When we took our supplements from 6 to 10%, that put us ranked 10th in the state. 10th. So there are many, many systems below us in supplemental pay, and to take that supplemental pay away from those teachers
Some of them at zero.
is going to do nothing but increase the flight to other districts.
Which
I
is a
mean,
huge problem for us.
you're even seeing now that other districts are advertising, we'll take you, come to our district. If you're not getting treated right, or things are happening here that you're dissatisfied with, come to us.
Do we need a motion to accept this loan request proposal here? Is that what we need to get beyond this point?
I can take a motion at any time if a board member wishes to make a motion, and then I can open up for questions after I have a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion, we accept this school board loan request as we have it written here, except payback be in the 1920 school budget. And that, you add my last little comment in number 3, as, that does not affect classroom instruction.
And you also might clarify in 4 that we would be involved in B, C, and D.
Go do that.
But you meant 1920 budget.
That's what I said, 1920, I think.
I heard just
1920.
20. Yeah,
1920, yeah.
Is there is a motion on the floor, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now, does any commissioner have any questions on the motion? Ms. Richardson?
Yes, sir, I just have a question now. We're voting on this right now. Do we need to know that they're going to accept our conditions and all this before we do this? And what I'm saying is we vote to do this, and then they won't agree to what we are
Well,
requesting.
then if they don't, we're back to square one.
So it's just dead.
If they don't
Okay.
accept this proposal,
Right. And
then
what we
they're
ask.
going to have to make some tough decisions.
Okay.
Get somebody to say something. Any other comments or questions? And just to clarify the motion, Mr. Combs, it is an advance.
That's
is
right.
what it is. I've got the word loan there. It should be advance, but we're gonna clean this up.
School board advance request.
Right, okay. Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Is there any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries unanimously. We're now on the next item, which is update from the department head retreat. And Stacy, I'll call on you to do that, ma'am.
Okay, and Jonathan had put together a nice little video that kind of shows you all us in action at the retreat. So we're going to just play that real quick, and then I'll tell you about the handouts that you have in front of you. We are at our annual department head retreat. This is our 3rd year that we have held a department head retreat. This year we've invited some new department heads that are coming on board, as well as some other key players within Nash County government. This is an excellent bonding opportunity for us. The group that came together 3 years ago for the first time just got tremendous benefit out of the time that we spent together. So we're very fortunate that we get to do this on an annual basis.
Retention and recruitment committee. These were the items that we talked about last year.
At our first retreat, what we ended up developing were 5 committees. We had committees that addressed training, policy, employee morale, retention and recruitment, and safety. So we put together 5 committees, and actually those committees have continued work up until today. Policy kind of finished up several months ago when we went ahead and had the commissioners adopt some new policies and adjustments to current policies. So at this retreat, and what we're going to do the rest of today, is figure out where we need to go from here. We're going to take a look. We actually have the sheets that we worked off of 3 years ago. So we're going to take those and identify what's been accomplished and what still needs to be accomplished. This year we gave our department heads a reading assignment. We all read the book, Building a Winning Culture in Government. And so many of our sessions that we are going over here at the retreat are addressing the topics that were raised in the book. We're talking about perception, trust, integrity, loyalty, credibility, all those things that good leaders have. Doing some training on our procurement policy, doing some training on just policy in general. We actually have for the first time a manual, handbook for our department heads. So we went on a review through that yesterday. And just a very thorough overview of the book and spending time together and having some fun. Okay, so that was just a quick overview of the department head retreat.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I provided you with the agenda that we worked off of, the time that we were there, and then the next handout that you have are the results of the survey that we took when we returned from the retreat. And I think on average we had about 22 folks answering each of the questions there. But you can look through those results. We're kind of running a little bit behind. I'm not going to go into great detail on this, but we did get some good feedback. Lots of positive comments about the retreat and spending time together. We did have a handful of new folks with us. Janice was able to join us this year. Jonathan joined us this year. So it was really good to have the group together that we had. And just want to say thank you again for allowing us to do that, and Z helping us with our lodging. But it was a good time, and we'll continue to make our retreats as productive as this one was. So that's all I have on that.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I'm the designated phone answerer.
Okay, fair enough.
I will add that, for the sake of the press, that there was no cost to the county for the accommodations.
I was getting ready to ask how much we spent on lodging.
0.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Joe Lamb.
Thank you, Joe Lamb. Gotcha. Next item on the agenda, Mr. Lamb, is the acting tax administrator appointment for recommendation.
Yes, sir. This, end of this week, will be the last day for, Jim Wren's employment here. He is retiring. We are gonna ask him to come back a couple days a week, for a period of months. After he's out for a month, he has to stay out away for a month. But he has recommended, and I would recommend at this time, that, what's Doris's last name?
Sumner.
Sumner. That Doris Sumner be appointed acting tax administrator. She is currently being certified, is taking the courses necessary. Jim has a lot of confidence in her ability to do the job, and this is an appointment you make as county commissioner. So the statute talks about an acting tax administrator, not an interim, so we're using that term. And so we would ask that you appoint for a one-year appointment as acting tax administrator, Doris Sumner.
All right, is the intent that she will finish up what she needs to finish and then become the tax? Is that what we're saying?
That's the intent.
Okay, all right. Any questions from board members?
I believe there's 4 courses, and she's taken 2 at this point. 1 or 2. Huh?
Was it a 2-year appointment?
She's very good.
It's normally a 2 or 4 year appointment when it's the regular tax administrator.
Okay.
But I think acting, you can do it for any period of time. So, I mean, I'd be fine to do it for, until the end of next fiscal year, if you want to do June 30th of 2020.
Makes sense.
Yeah, why 1 year? Why 1 year?
Because she's acting. She hadn't been fully certified, and if she's not fully certified,
I understand that, but I was just wondering why.
Well, the thought is she will be certified at the end of 1 year, then you can make her the permanent tax assessor.
yeah.
Rather than the acting tax assessor.
I'm fine with 2 years. I'm fine with 1 year. I'm fine with, we just need, on April 1, we need
Well, it
somebody.
seems to me if we make it 1 year, she'll, the average human, and I don't know this lady real well, will stay on course to get it done in the year.
Yeah. She should have it done by the end of this calendar year.
Right. At the end of this calendar year, we do it until the end of the next calendar year.
What's her position, present?
She's the deputy, and she's in charge of the collection side, not the assessment side.
Any other questions?
I think she's a very good appointee. She's a good worker and does her job real well. I know that for a fact.
Do I take that in the form of a motion, Ms.
I
Richards?
so moved.
All right, I have a motion to appoint Doris Sumner as the, I'm looking at acting, tax assessors. There's a second to that motion.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Bellfield. Any questions on the motion?
I would just say I have talked to several employees within the tax office, and everyone is very high on her. I heard no negative comments. She gets along with the staff and the public, so.
Did you ask my buddy? Keep with you. I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other questions, comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? We'll swear her in this afternoon?
Yes. That's correct.
Okay, she's gonna join us this afternoon. We'll swear her in at that time. All right, we're back on schedule, and at 10:30,
Clarification, how long did we do that for?
we did it until the end of next fiscal year.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Next item at 10:30, fiscal policies. I'll turn it over to Donna Wood at this time.
Okay, are we gonna break?
Break, it's break, 10:30, break.
Oh, you have a different
My agenda says 10:30. I always got a different agenda.
You got the department head agenda.
Give him the right one.
Huh?
Did you get one this morning?
I got the one that I already had sent to me last night.
Here's a new agenda.
Okay, all right. Got all my notes on that one, but okay, we'll be all right.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. This may have been the one I looked at to approve.
close.
It's probably the one you sent me earlier, Stacy, to approve. And then you did send me another one last night, and I assumed it was the same, so I did not copy it. So what are we doing now at,
It's
10:30? Apparently somebody wants a break, so we'll call for a break this time.
Sue said let's go. Break it.
All right. I'll call us back to order at this time, and we're on the end of year 219 projections and /220 revenue projections. And I'll call on Donna Wood at this time.
Okay, so if you'll open up your notebook to the first page, and the page numbers, so it's folded over, and the page numbers are in the top right corner. It's the first big page.
I do want to ask, where did we get this seasonal ACC NCAA tournament time neutral color that we have here today?
You think that's neutral?
I don't know what it is. What color has that?
Teal or something. Should've been red.
Charlotte Hornets.
Carolina,
Should've
Coastal
been dark
Carolina.
blue. Nothing in the ACC color that I know of.
I wanted to go neutral, color
There you go.
neutral.
Okay.
So what I have, this first page, it just kind of gives us an idea of where we're going to end the year with projections. I have last year, the 17-18 actual, the original budget for 18-19, the amended budget, and I want to go ahead and apologize. Our budget does balance on this worksheet, it does not. So I've actually added in the $1,865,000 at the very bottom twice, and I'm still off just a little bit, but just for your knowledge, Nash County has a balanced budget. It's just a typo on my part.
Are we on this first fold?
Yes, we're on this first. So in the amended column, if you look there, our total general fund revenue is, in the amended, is $101,035,798. And if you go down to the bottom and take out the transfer, the second $1,865,000 transfer that was appropriated, that should help balance it a little bit more with our expenditures. And so the next column is the column that I want to talk about, our projected, where we're going to end the year. Based on our current projections, we originally budgeted $89,095,284 in revenue. It appears that we'll end the year with a little, almost $92 million in revenue. Part of that we'll use, we can use some health reserves to offset the local appropriations within the health department. And the other thing that I've added, in 2018, the commissioners appropriated $1,335,000 to the public safety radio project, and that was prior to us receiving financing. And so we can move that money back into the general fund with the budget amendment we did to pay ourselves back. And so I'll need to.
We started with 81 million.
89 million with our original budget.
Okay.
And then this is our amended. And this is where I think we'll end the year right here with revenue.
Okay.
And so, based on, and then with the senior center, we have contingency funds still available. We could also, with proper approval from the commissioners, move that money back into the general fund as well.
What is that number?
$42,865. And that would leave us with 93 million, I'm sorry, my contacts aren't working well, $694,577 for projected revenue.
Donna, why is the health department revenues So, is that home health? I'm sorry, that's home health, right?
Right,
Okay,
Yeah. Let's see that.
right.
okay.
Question right there, probably for Stacy, the $42,000, have we done everything?
I'm sorry.
Okay, have we done everything that we want to do down there? Did we leave anything out, cut anything? Since we got the money budgeted, if there's something else we want to do.
The last thing that we're working on is the automatic door opener. That somehow got left off, but
For the
that's,
front door.
it's on order, and that'll be the last thing that comes out.
That's $3,000 item there.
Yeah, I think it was 4 something,
Okay.
yeah.
You better get one of them fans you put over the door, keep the gnats out of
Is
there.
that what we need?
I mean, really, it's a serious problem right there.
What was that motion there? Mr. Lynn?
I give her a hard time about her pet project.
Oh.
And you were asking how you could spend more money.
No, I just want to see, you got,
Before you clear it
built
up.
the whole thing, I think we did a amazing job of getting what we got for the dollars we spent.
It is amazing. It is a great facility, and I'm just
And if there's
saying. what-
$42,000 left and we cut something out that somebody really wanted, possibly, but if you hate, I'm not looking at where to spend money.
We're good. We're good.
That's one, okay.
But,
So we'll close out that.
well, these would be
budget.
2 items that I'll bring to the commissioners, to put back in the general fund.
Okay.
But moving on to expenditures, so based on projections, we'll spend $92,245,237 in our operating. We have, for transfers, we have to fund a revaluation fund, so we've transferred that money out, it's $100,000. And then during the year, as part of fund balance appropriations, additional budget amendments, we budgeted to move money to the high-speed internet project. We funded $275,000 more for the Miracle Park. The Ag Center project was $550,725. And then part of our revenue that we received in, you can see that in the other revenue line, that was for the home health sale. And so we were moving that out. I can't move out the $250,000 yet, but we need to keep that in mind, that that's restricted for, that's still part of the general fund, but it is from the health department, from the sale of home health.
That's 1 year.
It's, we can receive half of it back after 1 year, and then the second, and then the last portion, I think it's the following year.
And that does go in capital restricted to health.
It will,
Right.
yes.
We're transferring it to capital. If we didn't, if we just kept it in, we'd have a balance. But,
Right.
yeah, I mean, for the year.
Right.
Yeah.
Need-
But yeah, we
need to move that to next.
We will, I just can't move the $250,000, it's
Sure, I
restricted
know
in
it's
cash
reserved.
right
I
now.
remember that in the contract.
Right. Now, if you'll notice that we did do a budget amendment during the year to appropriate an additional $1,865,000 for the public safety radio project. But we ended up financing and receiving that money before I actually did the transfer. So I have not transferred that money out of the general fund. It was budgeted to move, but I have not moved that out.
And you don't need to.
And I don't need to. So I'm
Not
gonna
any
move
of it?
No, because we received $3.2 million in the public safety radio financing.
Okay.
And so that should, well, and that project is almost completed. And so where that leaves us at the end of the year is $1,816,885 from fund balance that it appears we'll use during the year.
Plus 800.
Plus 800 that the board just approved.
I will say that
Well,
the revenue estimates are conservative. We always go through this, and I don't think we can make up the entire 2.6, but we'll do better than that, but not 0, I don't think.
What did we appropriate last year out of fund balance to balance the budget versus what we got, 1.8?
We appropriated, we appropriated $2.8 million for just, for to balancing, and then we had capital of $1,754,000. So this is our original appropriation, and that they're the adjustments that we've made, the additional appropriation.
So about 4.5 in fund balance appropriated, including one-time capital.
And you ended up with less than half of that actually gonna be spent. Still not bad. I think we all knew all along we would get into fund balance this year, but we've done a lot.
We have done a lot. Are there any questions on projections?
I think it's worth noting, again, what you actually projected revenue at and what they actually are to further solidify how conservative we do estimate revenues.
The property tax is generally discounted about 2%. So we could always add 2% more to that $48 million figure, but then we're not gonna have that extra revenue to balance off the fund balance appropriated, so.
And we can't budget more than what our collection percentage was
Right.
the prior year.
Growth has been, over the last year, about 2.2, 2.4 in property values. So the levy went up about 2.2, 2.4%.
Any questions? Okay, then if we move on to the next page, page 2, that'll give us an idea of where we currently are with requested items. So an estimated revenue. So if you look in the far right column, we're estimating the $338,054. Health reserves to help out with the local appropriation are budgeted at $908,399, which would allow revenue of $90,246,453. So, and again, as Z pointed out, we have for our property taxes, it's a conservative estimate. It's actually less than our prior year collection percentage that we anticipate, that we budget for, or we estimate. And also, if you look at our sales tax, I am looking at, when I project out sales tax for the current year, that's actually what I'm budgeting for next year, not anticipating any sales tax growth there. Just keeping that even. And so moving on down, the second portion are expenditures. And I just want to point out, included in this number for the expenditures, if you look on the right-hand side, I've included the 5% cost of living for full-time and permanent part-time. That's included in this $93,906,000. In addition to that, the state retirement has increased the funding percentage that we're required to fund. It's actually, it went 7.81%. It's actually 9% instead of 9.01%. But it went from 7.81% to 9%. And then law enforcement officers went from 8.5% to 9.7%. In addition to that, we met with the community college and they provided their budget requests, and they had operating expansion of $167,228 and capital expansion of $70,000, and that's also included in this budget. And the only other capital with the administrative building, the state is requiring a leak detection for underground storage, and so that's $30,000 in this budget. The other things that the department heads will talk about this afternoon are their capital requests, and what we refer to as expansion items, and personnel requests. And if we add, so if you go a little bit further down, if we add all the salary and capital requests, we would add an additional $2,317,129 to our budget.
So it'd be about 6 million if you add that to the 3.7.
Do what?
If you add the 3.7 on the left-hand side, bottom column, to, if you fully funded every request, you'd have about a $6 million fund balance appropriated.
So back up at the top, as I understand, we've estimated 1920 income less than
Actual for last year.
actual for last year.
I noticed that.
Well, part of that too, that actual for last year includes the 2 million for the sale of home health.
That's true. One-time revenue.
Is the county required, I know next year the census taken, are we required to appropriate any funds for that?
No, we have assigned 2 county employees to work with the census over the next year, and that's Adam Tyson and Brad Parker, GIS and planning. But I don't know of any specific expenditures. Incidental maybe, but nothing major.
The reason I asked that is the NACO conference in Washington, early part of the month, they emphasized to counties that you need to make sure that you get a good, accurate count, and especially of your young people. Because federal appropriation depends on that population, and especially
state
your school
appropriations.
population, all that. Yeah, and the state looks at it that way also. But, so that's why I was asking, do we appropriate any money to make sure that?
When we met with the census people, we asked that question, and basically they just wanted 2 people assigned to
No, this number.
work with them. But as of now, I've gotten no requests for funding. But our 2 people may have some incidental cost, but maybe hosting a group of people that will go out into the community, but nothing major that we have to come up with.
Would you get it in layman's terms, the request this year versus last year is how much more money?
The request for expansion?
So
Or-
the capital,
Total budget.
It's, if you look at the original budget last year, it was 93.9. This year, it's, I'm not sure how.
well, the 93.9 actually includes capital items
Oh,
of
yeah.
1,754,316.
Yeah, that includes fund
The
balance.
capital
appropriate.
requested this year is 1,725,441. So the capital is relatively the same, that they're requesting. But it's not included in this current number. So if we added on the capital that's being requested, it would increase it by another 1,725,000.
Never mind.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what's the next question. Did you have another question?
I do not.
On the
I'll
items
decipher it later
included
myself.
in the requested, the only thing that we will have some discussion on there is the community college request. But we went ahead and put it in the budget before consideration, so.
But you don't have the school request yet.
We have that flat, same amount as last year, because we haven't received anything from them.
Right. There's been no adjustment there. Community college is just that right there,
Right.
which,
And if the school's got an increase in their current, that would increase that number.
I guess what I'm really looking for, and it may not be readily available, is what is the increase in the projected budget next year versus projected budget we started with this year? Is it 2%, is it 1.5%?
It would
The
be.
term that we always hear about all budgets, what is the increase in the proposed budget?
Would you back out the 4.8 from the 93.9?
I think you get better to ring it
Right,
in.
well, if we increased everything that's being requested.
I think you would add the 2.3 to the 94 million.
Right.
So it would be 96,300,000.
Okay.
23,000.
So about 2 to 3%, 4%, 4%.
We don't really have to do that now. It's not a fair question to you, Donna. What I'd like for you to do is, over the next few days, is send us a projected increase in revenue and a projected increase in total expenditures.
Okay.
And then on a percentage basis, what it looked like last year.
Okay.
That's all we need to do. I think that help, that's a number we understand very quickly.
Looks like a 2.5% increase.
2.5% increase. And will the revenue be 2.5% increase?
No.
Let me mention quickly those top two lines, the big ones, property tax. You can see last year's actual was 449,980. And this year we're projecting 50.6. We're only budgeting 49.7. Are we doing 97.5% or?
Right now, it's 97.5%.
Okay. Even though we're collecting almost 98.75, we're using a projection of 97.5, and we're discounting it 2%. So there's some cushion there.
Well, that's where you get that, I
Yeah.
didn't spend all the
Fund
fund
balance.
balance that I said I was gonna spend. That's where it comes from.
The other thing is, if you look at sales tax last year, 14,858,000. This year, we're projected exactly 1 million more. And even though, we could put in a growth factor if we wanted to, we're not. We're keeping it. So even though it went up $1 million this year in total collections, we're keeping that flat, so.
Oh, I love the way you do revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it should be.
Yeah.
Because,
Well, it's
I don't
unusual,
see-
but it's.
I don't see that much of a growth in the fiscal year coming up. You need to keep that flat.
Questions? That's your presentation?
It is. I mean, I just wanted to give you an idea of where we are before the department heads meet and request their capital items. So what we're looking at adding into,
Well, just to make sure, what you've shown us is where we are.
where we are right now.
Okay, and we haven't heard about any projected requests from each department so far.
No, we've met with each department, and what we took out of their request, that's what they'll be meeting and
What you
asking.
took out is what they're gonna come to present.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
On continuation items.
Right.
I sat down with them, we sat down with them, and we cut here and there if we
Okay.
thought that, on expansion items, we either negotiated it to not ask for it this year or to delay asking for it, or it's gonna be presented today if they ask for it. Example, the jail's got 9 vacancies. He had a request for 12 more jailers. We've been letting them pay overtime for about 6 months. from lapsed salaries, because he's had 9 vacancies, 8 or 9 at all times, pretty much. He agreed that we wouldn't embed in our budget 12 positions. We're not gonna ask y'all to approve those 12 positions, but once he's fully staffed, we would come to you on a piecemeal basis and ask for 1 or 2 additional people at a future date, and he agreed to that. So,
I'm just trying to get a real good grasp of what's gonna happen this afternoon. So short and long of it, it's what we'll hear this afternoon are the things that y'all have attempted to take out, but they still want it in, and okay.
now, if it's
I don't have a good
expansion, even
feeling
if I agree with it, it still comes to
Come
y'all.
to us today.
But part of the process is whatever they ask for, we try to prioritize with the department head. And a lot of them this year agreed to take things out, delay it for a year.
So whatever they asked for this afternoon, none of it is included in these estimated figures, is that right?
Right.
That's correct.
That's what it sounds like. So with y'all's knowledge thus far, so we'll know how well to listen to what we hear this afternoon. If you take what we're gonna get asked this afternoon, where does that put us? I heard the number of 6 million one time.
Yeah.
That we would be over budget. So what is that number, 6 million down to?
Well, right now, with the projections, conservative revenue projections, we're at 3.7 million in fund balance. If you add the 2.3 million in expansion requests, capital and salaries, then that would put us
And those are items we'll hear about this afternoon.
That's right.
Okay, that'll put you at
6 million.
6 million, so that's the 6 million that I've heard, so
So
we're
these
really
two-
about 1.5 million above where we ended up last year.
That's correct.
Okay.
Last year, you were at 4.55.
This 2.3 is what we're gonna hear about this afternoon,
Yes,
is that right?
yes.
That is
I've got it now, it took a bit
Okay, so I thought, is it gonna get
worse
2
than that.
million more than this?
So
Yeah.
if it's
Well, it
all
was,
approved,
it was worse than that until we had our budget hearings with all the department heads.
Well, the first number I heard was 9 million.
It
then
was
went to
9 million.
6.
That's the number she gave me, and after all the department head meetings,
Right.
we were able to whittle that
but
down
if it's all approved, it's 6 million.
from fund balance,
Which is 1.5 million more than we did last year.
Right.
which would be about 1.725 in capital one time and 4.3 in current, balance and
Where would that leave our fund balance?
Right, right now, our fund balance, our unassigned fund balance is the one that we want to work with. We're at 28,319,000. And keep in mind, if we, as projected, we may use 2.6 million of that this year. Based on our advance to the school of 800,000 and the 1.8.
So we could be down to 25 something.
yes, say 25, 26.
But that's the unassigned, that's what
Right.
is
Yeah,
available.
we got more than that, but it's
Right.
earmarked. So would that leave us in, what kind of shape does that leave us in? If you get it down to
Excellent
25?
financial shape. And I don't take credit for that. It was like that before I got here. This county has maintained a high financial standing ever since I've been here and before, so.
Help me understand, you were saying the sheriff has 9 vacancies. Is that in the jail?
50, out of 52 positions, he currently has 9 vacancies.
Vacancies, that's total.
Right.
In the jail.
In the jail.
In the jail.
only.
Just
Oh,
in the jail.
All right, and you're saying, and he was saying that maybe he need 12.
He
needs
at
12
first-
more.
He at first asked for 12 more positions and raises of 18.5% for all the jailers in addition to the 5%, right?
He didn't
13.
want his 9 plus 3, Fred, he wanted his 9 plus 12 new.
Yeah,
21, right?
right.
And you said that,
He agreed to take that out because he's got 9 vacancies. How can you put aside money and increase our budget when you can't even fill the positions that you currently
Well,
have?
based on that, Z, we had a severe shortage in communications 2 to 3 years ago, and somebody developed an academy out at the community college and got that problem well under
Really?
control.
Did a great
Have we
job.
looked at doing that for these jailers and really pushing that item at our community college so we can fill those positions?
He indicated to me that he wants to have a 2, 3, 4-year plan where all his jailers become certified law enforcement.
That's all right, the dream, but the immediate problem is those 9 positions. Can we have a jail employee academy out at the community college, have that developed so we can fill those jobs? Can we tone him down that much to do that?
I think, I'm not sure what kind of programs there are in community colleges.
Well, they've got one out there, because I
They do?
see them graduating occasionally, but it's normally a very small number.
Yeah.
What they did was really ramped up that job availability
Sure
for those
did.
communicators.
It's been great, yeah.
And it solved the problem. I just think
That's-
we need to, I know we can't, we can only ask the sheriff to do it, but it just seems like that, somebody needs to pay attention to that and get it done.
Yeah, the sheriff's office does not use our HR department for advertising openings, and so they do it on their own, and he's had a tough time filling those positions. But yeah, we can
Well,
talk to him
let's just put
about it.
on.
does he put it on the internet?
I'm not sure how he advertises.
Well,
They
no,
need to use all resources and,
Yeah.
I mean, get the word out
Yeah,
that you need, man. Goodness, if you limit it, then you're gonna get limited response.
yeah.
what I'd like to do is put on a future list for the next 2 or 3 weeks is for us to have the sheriff committee and he meet on that one subject, and just discuss the possibility of having that kind of academy to fill those positions.
Okay.
All you can do is ask him, you can't.
Yeah,
Maybe in that same discussion, we could talk about a different way to recruit and hire people through our HR department.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's
That
worth
needs-
giving it a try.
That needs to be in the discussion.
And also, with the 12 people, he's talking about the new people. I don't know how he can make that determination until we decide what's gonna happen within the sections of the jail. Because they have said, when we went through the jail, that if you're able to reduce that control down to 4 or 5 people in a quad area, that would reduce their number of people that they would need. And obviously it would.
yeah.
And the other thing, you don't really know what you need
Yeah.
with 9 vacancies.
And I don't-
9 vacancies and then see how it's going.
I don't know
Yeah.
where we stand with that as far as the capital item, but that's,
Well, the 9
to me, that's
vacancies,
part of the upgrade to the jail.
the 9 vacancies have been compensated for with allowing them to pay overtime.
But
I understand that.
that is not a good way to do it.
I know,
That
I
costs
know.
money.
It does.
It costs a lot of money. We
Yeah.
need to fill
It's
the
time
position.
and half.
Typically, overtime is gonna cost you less money than hiring new employees. If you look at benefits and everything,
It depends on how you
it does
allocate
tend to,
those
it does tend to
overtime
fatigue your
hours.
people over time.
Yeah,
You got 1 or 2 down there, look at the numbers they've got paid in overtime, and that means to me, somebody's staying down there too much.
Yeah.
Are we later today or tomorrow gonna talk, I know we're gonna talk capital, but are we gonna talk about exactly where we stand with the jail?
we actually had
I mean, we're supposed to be getting quotes on.
right. And I will say this, that yesterday morning, we had a capital projects meeting, and I asked the sheriff's representative, is there anything at the jail? This was before the incident yesterday. I said, is there anything at the jail that we need to know about, that we need to start focusing on, that we haven't already talked about? And, we were told no.
Well, if you kind of read in the paper and listen to the news, it sounds like that, we've been advised of these needs, and it kind of gives the impression that we haven't reacted to these needs. And I know that that we have, and we're developing some capital plan to address that upgrade to the jail. And we put the checklist system in place to identify their daily, weekly, monthly needs so we can deal with that. Now, I don't know about this recent incident. It sounds like that no one was aware of that potential deficiency.
I have never been told about any kind of playground yard issue.
Fencing issue
Fencing.
sounds better.
Fencing issue. And he did agree to withdraw his request for 12 new positions.
Well, he don't know that it's 12. It might be,
Well, that was his original,
based
that's
on
what he
what we
sent
do
us.
in the jail, it could be,
Yeah.
it should be less than that.
Well, that's why he agreed to withdraw.
So back to are we gonna talk about that jail and what we're gonna do to subdivide those sections to,
We certainly can, yes.
I mean, we're out for quotes now. What is the status of that?
I don't know if we're out for quotes totally,
That's what I understood when we
for
talked
the
before.
pods, but not construction of anything, yeah. We're trying to get the cost to bring in those prefab pods.
When do we expect that?
I have no idea. I don't know, is Parker the one that's working on that?
Yeah, somebody in the sheriff's office is
Well, you
working.
know, we really need to know because what the status of that is, because that is the beginning of the fix
Right.
in the jail. If you can take a section that's got 40 people roaming around in the jail and reduce it down to 4 or 5 in pods, that reduces the risk that your people have got when they walk in there. I mean, if you walk in there amongst the population that's there now, I mean, it makes me feel a little bit uneasy, and I know it's got to make them feel uneasy.
Yeah. Well, you know, I know, looking at news reports, it's been suggested that for the last 4 years, we've been told about all these. My knowledge is, it's just been in the last 6 months that we've been told about he want more people and concerns about the
But
facility.
these pods were a major piece of that upgrade, and so we need to know where that stands. We don't need to delay that.
Right, I'll check on that. I know, Jonathan Boone is planning to talk with you all about a couple of capital projects that need to be done over in the jail. So that's when you'll hear about those projects this afternoon.
It's almost reached the urgent stage.
I didn't hear it, but when they had this inmates to break out, I was told that comments that we have a shortage of jailers.
We do, 9.
But we're short 9 because they got
but
9 vacancies.
I'm talking about that came out when they met the press.
Well, you gotta blame somebody, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, but,
Well, I heard it about
it came to me.
Well, there is a shortage, and the hiring method that they're using is obviously not filling their shortage, so there's got to be a different way to approach it, and maybe that's working through our HR department, like other departments do, to fill their needs. It seems to me it's worth a try.
It is worth a try.
When we have a vacancy and we advertise it, we get dozens and dozens of applications for just about every position that we put out.
And that's a good comment you made about the community college and out there, and I know they'd be very receptive to that.
Absolutely. Dan?
Lee, would you run through this thing for Sue's sake, how we got to this point about the jail and the pods and what we're doing there and what?
Yeah.
This is all, like you said, first we heard about it probably been 6 months ago, but update her just a little bit and
Yeah, in 2014, when the sheriff was elected, he went in and, in the first couple years, seemed to have everything under control. And the jail was doing great, he was bragging on it, but just in the last 6 months,
Since August, end of August.
since the end of August, it's become, we need a new jail, we need more people. And so we have asked our staff to identify every issue and try to correct it. And I think we've done a good job when when we are notified of a problem, either by the state when they do their jail inspection, or when their staff notifies our facilities department. So, you know, we're responding, and I thought things were good, and then yesterday, you know, all of a sudden we need a new jail again.
But what about the pods and everything?
Oh, the pods, I'm sorry.
But before you go to the pod, you are they using the system that we talked about to identify deficiencies?
It's gotten better, but not totally.
Okay,
Yeah.
because if they were.
Facility do.
All right, was that section of the yard listed on that facility due checklist?
No.
Okay, why was it not listed if it is a deficiency?
It has never
That's the
been.
whole purpose of the checklist, to on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, whatever is appropriate, to check these items and notate where you have deficiencies. That information is then relayed to the maintenance department and they go in and correct it. But if you don't even have it on the list, how do you know that you've got that problem?
Not on facility do, and I don't specifically remember, but in the last 6 months, they've sent 2 or 3 different emails that listed a lot of things. I can't say that they didn't have it on there. I don't remember it being on there. But,
Well, until you use
Yeah.
the system that's
I know.
in place and you are diligent and I hear that word a lot. We're diligently doing this, diligently doing that, but until you're diligent in using that system to identify those shortfalls, those deficiencies, then you're always gonna have something that is not being addressed. See, what I would like to see, okay, we had this problem in the courtyard. Was that identified? No, that was not identified. So how do we know to fix something if it's not identified to us? That's part of the whole problem that I thought we had worked through, and they were on board with doing that, but they're not doing that.
yeah.
That's a problem.
That
Why
is
are
a
you
problem.
explaining the pods? How about explain facility do?
Okay, Facility Dude is a software to, if you have a problem, all departments in the county just sends it to maintenance that way, or facilities. The pod system, and I have some experience in pods, and I'll tell you about it in a second, but
Well, let me just say, we seem to have bought into the pod system automatically. I'm not there at all. We're having new jails built all the time, completely opposite of where the pod system would carry us. We got a brand new one in Wayne County that's not got these pods in it, or not, they got these little containment areas. So
dormitory style.
we don't know that that's the answer yet. We're gonna get the prices, but I'm not convinced that's where we need to go.
I'm not saying I bought into it.
Right.
But I'm saying that when we went through the jail,
Sure.
this was identified to us as a fix.
It was, and I'm not certain that
So
that
we
is
agreed
correct.
to look at what it would cost.
We did,
to-
yes, sir.
To,
So we need to get that.
to put that
Right.
fix in place.
Gotcha.
And it seems to me like that's not happening real fast.
Yeah.
If it was that important, then it should have been done. We should know. We should be able to talk about it.
About how much they are, how much it would cost. What a pod is it's a single cell that you can put into like a dormitory area, prefab, pre-construction, you know, a cell that is for
Well,
a
it's
single
just a
person.
sale, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you, you gotta be very careful. In Chowan County, we had a sheriff before I got there that, went to a jail show and ordered 6 of those pods, and had them, got the purchase order and everything, and had them delivered by crane and attached to the existing jail, and went to the state facility services people, and they didn't meet, minimum square footage requirements. To this day, they're used for storage. So I'm sure that's not happening anymore because of that one experience. But so they've been around a while. We just need to see how much they are and see if they are truly what we need.
My only thing with the pods, and I'm not saying that I bought into it, but when you walk into one of those sections, like this is a section, and you got 40 people just roaming around. And, you know, out of that 40, some of them are really, really worse than others. And at times, you might need to isolate some of those people from the population. And that gives you better control and puts you at less risk. So again, I don't know what it would cost and if it's the way to do it, but the sheriff seems to think that's the way to do it. So I think, you know, we need to look at it, and it seems to me, again, we're not getting that information real fast to look at it.
They do have some isolation cells. They would say that they need more isolation cells than what they exist.
Do you have any idea of what prefab, material that's used? You said these isolated cells, prefab, I thought I heard
Yeah.
you say prefab.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes prefab is not the best.
Yeah, but these are designed specifically for jails and
Okay.
prisons. So
Probably what, made out of steel?
steel and concrete or whatever, I don't know. But
Probably
we
steel.
need to make sure that when we
Yeah.
identify
Guys,
the ones we want, we need to make sure Raleigh says that they meet all specifications.
Yeah.
If we decide we want.
Some of
If
the-
we decide we do it.
Yeah, some of these fellas can be very destructive, and they can, anything prefab. Just using that term, I know about prefab houses. They easily be torn apart.
When you look at that cost for those pods, then that would have to be weighed against whatever agreement there was needs for personnel. You know, I mean, 12 people, does that become 3 or, I don't know. So you'd have to weigh those two factors.
Okay,
Can we perhaps go ahead and just do the Miracle Parks?
what I'm gonna do, I got something else in mind, but
Okay, go ahead,
keep
go
it on
ahead.
schedule.
Go ahead.
Sue, did you get enough to get, you okay right now? Okay.
I did want to point out one other thing. What we have in here, we have outside agencies who apply for funding from the county. And what's in the current requested is flat from last year. We have tomorrow on the agenda to talk about those agencies and what we're currently funding and their requests for the current year. So I just wanted to keep that in mind. Right.
And you had 2 other items that seem to will fit in right now.
I do. The county currently has fiscal policies, and what I have done is I want the commissioners to consider approving updates to our fiscal policy. And so what I've done, the first 7 pages are our current policy, and anything in red is what's actually changing, or what I would like for the commissioners to consider. And
That's all I got.
thank you. And then the last section is our budget and reporting. So the first 7 pages is our current policy, plus the red items indicate changes that I'd like the commissioners to consider. And again, I'm not asking for any kind of approval. I'd like for you to take it home, look over it, and then we can discuss it at another meeting. On page 8, I've added some budget policy objectives and budget preparation and our reporting policies to this as well. And on the very back page, you can see that I've added our other employee benefit policy. And what this should help us do when we do financing, if anyone's looking at how our county functions and our policies in place, it will help them see what kind of controls and procedures that we have.
Page 8 you said was new, but it's not red. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to indicate. Our current policy only is fiscal policy. what I'd like to add begins on page 8 with the budget preparation and things like that.
So everything from 8 on is new?
8 on is new. We don't have that.
Okay.
But I just wanted it to be considered as part of an approval process.
And then you had said something different about the last page?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to point out that when we, one thing that our state treasurer does now, if anyone goes for financing to the LGC, they ask about retirement and how we handle the health insurance for our retirees. And so I wanted to go ahead and put that out there, that in 2007, the Nash County actually stopped funding post-65 health insurance, and in 2012, we stopped funding employees for pre-65, when I mean new hires. So anyone hired after July 1, 2007 was no longer eligible to receive post-65 health insurance, and then effective July 1st, 2012, anyone hired after that date was not eligible for pre-65 health insurance. So I know this year with the new GASB, we actually had to report that full liability on our government-wide financial statements, and this is what the commissioners have put in place to sort of help decrease that liability going forward.
In other words, that number, whatever it is, liability will be going down each year.
It will go down depending on what happens with health insurance costs.
Sure.
What we-
Contingent upon health insurance.
Right.
And as people age, get 65.
Right.
And they get off our health plan and on Medicaid. On page 4, I know I probably am the one that said 30%, but I'm just wondering if that should be 25%.
These are all up for consideration.
Yeah,
So,
because generally they say, you know, county should have 1 month or 2 months, and smallest county should have 25%. So,
right.
yeah,
So that's just something to consider.
I might have suggested 30 because that's what we had, but by the time we end this year, and
Anything else about this, Ms. Wood?
The only other thing, in the, page 5, under post-issuance tax compliance, it refers to, procedures set forth for what we would do in the finance office, and that was the second handout. These are, in talking to our bond counsel, these are recommendations for procedures that we would have in place to ensure that, with any kind of financing, we make sure that we're definitely in compliance. We do these procedures anyway. Now it would be documented with how we would handle that and how we would move forward, succession planning, you know, how we would train, things like that. But that's, so this second item is addressed
Okay.
in,
So our
page 5.
instructions are to take this, review it, and at a later date, it will show up on our agenda.
Right.
All right.
first meeting in May should be a good day to shoot for.
Okay.
Next Monday might be a little tight.
Oh, yeah. The second handout, you going over something there?
That was just what I wanted to reference on page 5. That's a new item that I wanted to add.
Okay.
And it refers to a procedure, and this is the procedure that is recommended by a bond counsel.
They really go together.
They go together.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Mr. Lamb, I'm somewhat reluctant to start a new item this close to lunch.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's all.
I see quite a bit of discussion on that. Or were you trying to hedge against something you think may take more time?
No, I
later?
just knew it was like 11:15 and
Okay.
we were ahead of schedule.
We could take about 5 minutes if any commissioner wants to bring anything else up or any staff member. Y'all must be hungry. Do you need time for the meal or is it ready?
We need to let our sponsor from the.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that. Well, did that person arrive?
Yeah, she's right there.
She's here, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
You snuck in on it. Stacy, why don't I turn it over to you to introduce? Why don't I turn it over to Jack then?
It's brief because I have no voice. So I'm with the credit union, local government, federal credit union. Can you hear me? We just want to thank you guys for your service and your commitment to the community, because we know the position that you guys are in has a lot of hours, a lot of hard decisions, and not a lot of thanks. So this is the credit union's way of just saying thank you for what you guys do for our communities, making them better and making them safer. So thank you. So I'm glad we could do the sponsorship. And I'm just going to pass out some information so you don't have to listen to me do squeakies. And if you have any questions, as elected official, you are eligible to join the credit union. So this just has some information about it. I got some information for everybody. Yeah, well, I got a bunch of packets for you. Here you go. But yeah, so this is talk about the products and the services. We'll talk about the credit union, our relationship with state employees credit union. The neat thing is one of our strongest support and partnerships is through the School of Government. And so we offer a lot of scholarships through that, but we also offer a program called Development Finance Initiative. Have y'all heard about this? It's fantastic. What it does is allows you to partner with the School of Government, the UNC grad students, to help you with some projects, a lot of the beautification projects, remodification, a lot of downtown projects. So it's just something to look into to know that there's some funding out there for you guys. But I'm hungry now. And if y'all have any questions or want to know more,
If we have any questions, who's going to answer?
So I apologize for this. My husband's not complaining at all.
Suspect that.
Yeah, I would love to be able to talk to you guys one-on-one if you have any questions about the credit union or like more information.
Well, thank you very much for your sponsorship.
Mr. Bellfield, did you have a question?
I'm gonna say that what's the difference between this and the state employees credit union?
Absolutely. So we are partnered together.
I know you're in the same,
We are. So we
buildings.
use the same branches. We use the same cash point ATMs. The biggest difference is that they do the state agencies and we do the municipal and county agencies. So with Nash County, you guys are eligible for our side of it. The neat thing with local government, what we do is we open our membership for not only the employees, volunteers, appointed and elected officials, also their family members. The neat thing is also once you're a member, you're always able to be a member. So even if you stop serving with the community in this capacity, you can still keep your accounts open. Just a little tip with local government, we are a growing credit union. We're the 4th largest credit union in the state. We were just ranked #1 in the state by Forbes magazine as the best credit union. And that was actually based on our members' appreciation and their votes for us, for our service to them. So we do have $2.2 billion in assets and about 340,000 members. And actually, Nash County just got a huge location for a call center outside of Rocky Mount. So we're super excited to be able to bring some jobs there, bring some industries. So I think they're looking to bring about 100 employees, I think. So we're excited about that.
How do the two work together?
So it's a neat gentleman's agreement, if you want to say that. It started back in 1983, but our presidents do work closely together to make sure that all the members are created equal. But essentially, we give them a quarter of our assets every year to service our members out of the branches and the cash point ATMs. So, but before 1983, we were all one credit union, and then we got sued and lost. And so we had to be created into 2 separate credit unions, but we're able to keep the relationship going.
Anything else? Let's give our sponsor a hand.
Thank
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Richardson said we had allotted too much time for lunch, and she wanted to go ahead and get started back, so I'm gonna call us back to order at this time, if that's okay with everybody. And I will,
Appreciate you keeping us on task.
we're on the, presentation of capital request. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lamb.
Today, well, first of all, I want to thank all the department heads. They're not all here yet, but the original list was much longer, and I think everyone has really made an effort to limit the request. What we're going to do here today now is just to go through them, no votes, just let you look at the whole picture, and then tomorrow you can decide which expansion items you want to go forward with.
We appreciate you letting us do it that way, not in front of the department heads, Mr. Matter.
The first matter, we do have that department head, those department heads here right now. You want to swear in?
Yeah, I think it'd be a good time to do that, so we won't forget.
Could y'all come forward, please?
What's the word? Empty.
It's forward up there or
Acting.
back here?
Acting, yeah.
Tax administrator.
The statute says acting, right?
Acting.
Yes, right.
I've been acting the whole time.
You're a good actor.
What we're gonna do now is swear in Doris. As we talked about this morning, we've already taken our vote. And Vince, if you'll help me raise your,
You've got to
do we have a Bible or do we need one?
just raise your right hand.
Just raise your right hand, okay. Anybody got a Bible? Just to make it official.
I bet there's one in this building.
He's got one.
Here we go.
Right, we go. Be better. Thank you, Warren.
I'd bet if you knew where one was.
He don't have any drinking or anything.
Yeah,
Don't allow him.
he's a nice man. I just introduced myself.
Did you meet him?
All right, we'll do the oath of office for the Nash County Tax Assessor. I, Doris, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution of the laws of the United States and the Constitution of the laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as acting tax assessor for Nash County, North Carolina, and that I will not allow my action as tax assessor of Nash County, North Carolina, to be influenced by my personal or political friendships or obligations, so help me God.
So help me God, I do.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
The first matter from the tax office is a request for 2 vehicles. Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
That's all. Stand-up thing. There it is.
Yes, I think the vehicles is the only thing that I had on the expansion items. And what that is we have, I think you've got probably the mileage and the information on the vehicles that we do have currently, or do you?
We do, we have that.
Okay, well, the 2 Fords that we have, they've been in service for quite some time, since 2009, I believe, but they are continuing to service well. We're not asking to replace them. What we've got is our situation has changed. You may remember an action you took to hire an additional appraiser this current fiscal year. And we have that appraiser on staff. She's doing a great job, adjusting very well. As you may be aware, may or may not be aware, Bert Boone, who had served us quite well in a part-time capacity since his retirement in 2014, has now officially completely retired. So we were able to have Bert he was on as the appraisal supervisor, but he stayed inside when he was there. We now, of course, have interviewed and made the decision to ask Eddie, and he's Eddie McCoy, with the tax department to fill that position. And Eddie and I have talked a lot about this, and Eddie is going to be needing to work probably about half-time inside and about half-time outside. So Eddie will need a vehicle of some type. We'll need an additional vehicle because on any given day, we could potentially have 3 appraisers in the field. One of them maybe not all day, or maybe, anyway, his time he's going to be spending a lot of time in the field. And we'll need an additional vehicle for that purpose. And the other vehicle is for you to consider replacing the vehicle that Brad Parker uses in our GIS department. He uses that vehicle about a couple of days a week to go out and do addressing, or our mappers will use that in Brad's absence. But that vehicle goes out about 2 days a week on average, I think. So, and that particular vehicle is a 2007 Dodge Charger that was a hand-me-down from the from the sheriff's department. And the last time we had any service done on it, I think it was done at Taylor's, and they indicated that it wasn't worth, the transmission's starting to act up a little bit, but it still works. But they were afraid it wasn't going to be worth continuing to pursue repairing much longer. So it doesn't have to be, obviously, new vehicles, but we put that in the budget to at least get it considered. Second-hand vehicles, used vehicles that are of good sound quality, that's fine. But we do need 2 vehicles for that reason.
Anybody got any questions?
Questions, commissioners, about that?
Do you have any vehicles now?
We have 3 vehicles. We have the 2 Ford Escapes that are the hybrids, and they continue to serve us well. We're fine with those. And we have the additional, the 3rd vehicle is the 2007 Dodge Charger, formerly a sheriff's vehicle. That one is the one that's of questionable reliability. So, but we have now, with Eddie coming on full-time as an appraisal supervisor, Eddie will need to be inside part-time, outside part-time, and he will need a vehicle. So our staff actually is going to need to have available 4 vehicles. And we currently have 3, one of questionable ability.
One will cycle out if we get 2.
Yes, sir. We'll keep the 2 hybrids are good. They're serving us well.
What about another 3rd and being hybrid?
Well, that would be just fine. That would be those vehicles. As long as it's front-wheel drive, something that'll. We just try to stay away from rear-wheel drive because we have to go down a lot of paths.
Jim, how much do they use the vehicle in terms of what would you say would be average weekly mileage?
Well, gosh, I'm not prepared to say that mileage-wise. I will say that the appraisers use them virtually every day to the week. Or there will be at least 4 days a week. I say every day. I'd say at least 4 days a week our appraisers are out in the field. We really need for Eddie to be able to be out there some days. What I'm saying is I would say that I would say that at least 3 days a week, there would be at times 3 vehicles in the field. And then 1 to 2 days a week, there could be 4 in the field, depending on how addressing is going with Brad. And
I was just trying to get a feel for how much you would be using it if you got a second-hand vehicle.
yes, sir. Our guys are saying, you know, they're fine with secondhand vehicles,
As long as they
as
function.
long as they're reliable. Yeah, we understand, we're not asking necessarily for new vehicles, but that's obviously that would be the best. But if we get a couple of good used vehicles, we can make that work.
Mr. Lamb, as I understand it, what our protocol today is, we're gonna listen to each presentation, not take any action.
That's correct.
And then we deal with all of it tomorrow, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Wren? Jim?
One suggestion,
Okay,
I
we
would
good?
think even if you're getting a used vehicle, it certainly ought not to have more than 25,000 miles on it.
Okay.
Now, some go 50, but
What kind of vehicle is
25,000.
that?
So what?
What kind of vehicle are you talking about?
Any
Go to
kind.
50?
I said some purchase used vehicles at 50,000 miles.
I need to get rid of mine then.
Gotcha.
I will let y'all know that recently Jonathan Boone has inquired with the feds on getting surplus vehicles, and I think we've got an application for 2, or get.
We've got on the state and federal surplus list, I'm looking at 2 vehicles with state surplus.
Okay. So we are, for the first time since I've been here, I think, I don't know, maybe we've done it in the past, and I just didn't know it, but we're trying to get used cars where we can, but obviously sometimes that's not possible, but I just wanted y'all to know that we are.
Mr. Outlaw, if you want me to come up with an average mileage, I can do that. I just didn't
No,
have it with me.
I just wondered, you know, I know you drive them 3 or 4 days a week, and
Yeah,
I just wondered how many miles you average on a weekly basis. It sounds like it's about 100 miles a day, maybe, I don't know.
that sounds pretty good. And I will say too that, obviously the economy is continuing to recover, and, things are looking good, and I feel relatively sure that you're gonna see the need for, our work is going to be on the increase as permits increase and building increases. We'll be having to get out more often instead of less often.
Jim, I guess I take notice of what price you got in there for them, which is awful inexpensive to me, but for a compact SUV which suits your needs, you can get them for $22,500 each,
Well, that was
or thereabouts.
that was a figure that was rather hastily arrived at to get a placement in this conversation. I must admit, I haven't done a great deal of research on that.
It's state contract price, okay.
Is that one of them little bitty, like little bitty vans?
Like the hybrid they driving now, I guess. If no other questions, we thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And for the department heads, we want to welcome you this afternoon. I will say that we started back a little bit early. None of you were late, as you thought you were when you come in the door. I saw several of you look at your watch, but we got started about 10 minutes early. But glad to have you here today. And just on behalf of the board, we thank you for everything each and every one of you do. When you get you all in one room at one time, it's a darn large number of you. So we just tickled to death to have each and every one of you with us today, but more importantly, tickled to have each one of you and the job that you do for Nash County. Mr. Lamb?
Next, I'll ask Jonathan to present on his request for a vehicle, as well as the sheriff's building elevator and the plumbing needs of the detention center.
After when you said sheriff, you made me nervous.
Understood, sir.
The premise that,
Makes us all
pictures
nervous.
worth 1,000 words. I just got a short handout here for you. as County Manager mentioned, just 3 items for you to consider as far as the CIP expansion list. The first is another vehicle. This will be for our fleet maintenance staff. I think I've only made 10 copies, so I may be underrepresented here. So may have to share. But again, this is for our fleet maintenance staff. We currently have 6 vehicles assigned to those staff. This is the only F-250 that we have in the fleet. It's the vehicle with the second highest mileage. We actually have, believe it or not, we still have a 2001 C100 pickup truck that we have in service. It's got a few thousand miles more than this one. This is a 2008 unit 3135. You can see 185,000 miles. In addition to our staff using this just to respond to routine calls, we also use this unit to tow the trailer and the tractor that we use out at various county facilities, most notably at the convenience centers where we drag the gravel paths. So that's the first item that I have there. Any questions about those items, that particular item? And as the manager mentioned, also looking to see if we might be able to find a used unit to replace this vehicle. That is a new vehicle that the county acquired for this division, so all 185,000 miles belong to us. So that's about, I've already done the numbers based on the last query. That's about 45 miles per business day or 1,400 miles per month. All right, second item I have is the elevator over at the sheriff's office. They have one elevator. It is an Otis elevator. The pictures here probably looks like any other older elevator you've seen. I understand that is original to the building, which I believe was in the mid to late 70s. It's the oldest unit that we have, subject to maintenance issues from time to time. We have all our elevators under maintenance contract. This is one that I understand that our current contractor, Crump, has recommended that we consider investing in, rehabilitating basically the hydraulics, really the major components associated with the elevator. So you can see I've got an estimate here actually from Thieves and Crump and another contractor that we're also talking to about a maintenance contract starting in July, Charter Elevator. And this is the number they had given us. But I understand the elevator has gone out of service several times with staff inside at least one time, with inmates at the time. So this was before the courthouse expansion. But as the unit continues to age, it's becoming more problematic to get parts for that unit. So again, both contractors we talked to recommended that we consider rehabbing that elevator. You will note in the description that we're recommending that we proceed with non-proprietary parts, so that would make the elevator more easily maintained, and we wouldn't have to rely on OEM parts to make any repairs to the elevator once it's been rebuilt.
How often the elevator is inspected?
Annually.
Just annually, by the state?
Correct, and the service quarterly. Any questions about the second item? All right, so that brings us to our last item. And apologize that graphic at the bottom of page 3 may be a little hard to read. But if you have had the opportunity to visit the detention facility in my first 2.5 weeks, I think I made 4 different visits. So I've become somewhat familiar with the facility. But we have a number of plumbing issues in the facility. We've actually invested in some rebuilt plumbing in the east-west units. If you're familiar, so if you go over past the dorms, this is the individual units with 2 inmates to a cell. After you pass through the cafeteria, you come into that first area. That's the east-west units, north-south, with the longer units, you may recall. I've got it highlighted at the bottom of the page, just to give you some idea. North, in this case, is that at the bottom of the page. It's on the north side of the facility. But there's 14 fixtures on both the north block, 14 fixtures on the south block. And we have a number of issues with the plumbing there. If you refer to the last page, you'll see some pictures that we have taken of some of that plumbing, which again, I believe is original to the facility when the facility was expanded. And you can see it's a fairly narrow, what we call a chase. That's the way we access the plumbing. You can see in that first picture in the foreground or in the background, water on the floor. We have issues routinely with leaks. When we have to go make repairs, we cannot isolate specific fixtures. We basically have to shut almost the entire jail down in order to kill the water to those units. So we're proposing to go in and basically replace that plumbing. And you can see an example of work that had been done on the east-west block in those bottom pictures, pictures 3 and 4. So that's individual services to an individual cell in picture 3. And then you'll notice that picture at the bottom 4, you may not be able to tell. I apologize, the picture's not better. But we've installed valves where we can isolate the fixtures in each cell. So that really helps our maintenance staff when they have to go in and make a repair. So we have presented this as a joint project for both the north block and the south block for a total cost of $112,100, but you can see we have an estimate for both. The north block is $58,500, south block is $56,300. The only difference between the two is a few additional valves on the south block, more or less the same. Again, we could do that as one project, or we could break it up into 2 different fiscal years if you're so inclined.
What's your plans to prevent it from, in the future, from looking like this? This.
Well, keep in mind that plumbing is 40+ years old.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
but it seems like a lot of this should have been replaced years ago. I'm not talking about you, but this is what should have happened.
It's difficult for me to speak to that, but I guess what I would say is we're trying to look forward today and head off some problems in the future. And we feel like plumbing is one of the major issues that we have over at the jail.
You're going to replace all this I'm looking at in these pictures?
Yes, sir.
Well, it sure, you look at the pictures, it sure needs it.
There's been about $4,000 per individual sale. If you do the number, $3,900. Anybody wants to get a calculator check? It's about $3,600 on the east-west block. We're about halfway through that project. I mentioned that in the project description. Waiting on some more parts to come from the contractor. But that has been that's been really helpful in terms of responding to calls on the east-west block. So we'd like to replicate that on the north-south.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
As I was saying before, the department heads have been really good about being very selective on what they're asking for. He has proposed that we do this project over 2 years. I think he's just trying to be very cooperative with us, and it may be that y'all want to go ahead and do both north and south next year. Of course, you could start it this year if you wanted. You can do it next year, or you can divide it up between 2 years.
Why wait on something like this? I said, why wait? This, to me, needs immediate attention. This is terrible.
What we're doing this afternoon is we're listening to the request, our discussion about it, if we can, because I see a lot of people in this room, and I've got a short block on my program here to get them all done. So if we can just hold your thoughts. Now, if you got questions of the presenter, please bring those up. But then when we discuss it tomorrow, we can spend more time on it. Any other questions of Mr. Boone? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, Thomas. This is a small item, but one that.
All right, good afternoon. The first item I would like to discuss actually comes out of the county capital account. It is for the lights at Spring Hope. We have several lighting fixtures that need to be replaced or repaired. At the Spring Hope Community Park, we have received several complaints about as a safety hazard for the kids when they're out there playing baseball at the park. We actually play at Spring Hope 3 to 4 days a week from Monday through Friday, March through October for baseball and softball. Our numbers are steady increasing in baseball and softball in that area, which calls for practice times to be at 6 and 7 o'clock. So once it gets around 7:30, it gets dark and we have to use those lights at the Spring Hope Community Park. According to our interlocal agreement, the town of Spring Hope pays $7,000 to the county annually for park maintenance, upgrades, or repairs. So currently we are in the red. Currently the town of Spring Hope has $6,608 of insufficient funds, but they haven't paid the $7,000 for this fiscal year. So once they pay this fiscal year and next fiscal year $7,000, we pretty much will be in the green with on the county capital account. Any questions about that item?
Just one question, you call it Spring Hope Elementary, are these at the school facility, or are these at the Spring Hope facility?
At the...
They're two side by side?
At the small field, at the Spring Hope facility.
At the Spring Hope facility?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
The town facility.
Okay, that answers my question.
All right, so the next items that I have to discuss are for the Miracle Park at Coopers. This is, as you know, we're in the process of developing the Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers. This is the 5th park in the county's park and recreation system and the first park owned by the county. Our park maintenance staff, we currently maintain 59 acres of parkland, and with the addition of the Miracle Park at Coopers, they will be adding 49.5 acres next fiscal year. We also will be adding an additional 7 baseball and softball fields, as well as 2 regulation soccer fields, a special events lawn, and a walking trail. I would like to request a vehicle, since we'll be adding more staff to maintain those additional acres and baseball fields. I would like to request a F-250 truck with a trailer, a 72-inch lawnmower, and a bunker rake to maintain those baseball fields. Currently, we don't own the bunker rake that we own is not in good condition. It's actually not working, so this would also benefit the other parts in the county as well. Any questions on those items?
Well, thank you, sir.
All right, that's it.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, next matter would be the request for new voting tabulators from John. There he is.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Others.
Afternoon.
These podiums are never tall enough. I don't know what's wrong with them. But several years ago, probably 1 or 2 years before Mr. Lamb started, I started talking about voting equipment with you. We're now getting to the point we need to replace our tabulators. The voting equipment, the tabulators themselves are approximately 14 years of age. They are 4 years past their manufactured life expectancy. Our voting equipment is made up of 3 parts. First is the tabulators, which is what the voters use, what you use when you go to the polls. You put your ballot in, it tabulates the ballots. The second part is the high-speed counter. We were able to get a very good deal on a high-speed counter last year. We're currently paying for that over a 5-year period with no interest. We saved the county probably $20,000 to $30,000 on that unit. And the third part are the ADA compliant devices. These devices are not used very often. You may have some precincts that don't use them at all and some precincts that use them once or twice. They're for the hearing impaired and visually impaired, but by federal law they are required. There is no replacement for these devices yet, so we're fine keeping what we have. It may come in 2 or 3 years. I may have to come back to you to replace them, but for right now we're fine with those. So today we're talking about the tabulators themselves, which could be arguably be the most important part of the ballot tabulation. I've been doing this for 10 years, and I can tell you over the last several years, I have seen more and more tabulators fail. We usually have 1 to 3 machines go down per election. Now, when I say go down, I don't mean catastrophically. I don't mean we don't lose votes or anything, but there's some kind of malfunction with the machine that we have to go out and replace those machines. So that is telling me the machines are getting too old, as they're going to continue to malfunction like that. They can work when we test the machines, and a month later when we distribute them to polling precincts, they stop working during the day. No rhyme, no reason, but that's just what happens. State Board of Elections has been promising us for years that there'd be more vendors in the state to have more choices on the voting system. That has not happened. They were supposed to certify at least 2 other companies last year. They failed to do that. So ES&S is the only certified vendor in the state of North Carolina. Now, that is good and that's bad. The bad is we don't have more choices, but the good is we don't have to buy a whole brand new system that would be $300,000 to $400,000. we can buy the pieces that we need until we get the whole system, which is what we've done so far. We bought the high-speed counter, and next is the tabulators, and we can hold off on the ADA machines for a few years and see how they hold up. So what we'd be doing is, we have 3 DS200 tabulators that were bought 3 or 4 years ago. We'd be trading them in for the newer version, along with all the older M100 units that we have. Currently, we have the quote that you have in front of you is a very good trade-in value. 5 years ago, when I started looking at these things, I was quoted like $400 trade-in. Well, that's $850 trade-in today. So we were able to negotiate a very, very good deal again, just like we did on the high-speed counter for these machines. They're not going to get any cheaper. So based on my experience with the machines over the last 2 years, my job is to try to ensure fair and accurate elections and to keep us out of the national news. I don't want to be a Bladen County or anything else. So the board and myself highly recommend that we switch out those old machines before we hit the presidential election next year. My goal is, I would like to go ahead and purchase them as soon as possible and have them trained and ready to go for the October Rocky Mount City elections. The surrounding counties, Franklin County, Halifax County, Wilson County, and Johnson counties have already replaced their machines. Edgecombe County already has the money in their current budget to replace them, and Wake County will be replacing them next year. So if we don't replace, we will be the only ones in this geographical area with the old machines going into the presidential election. I would want to point out that if you decide you don't want to purchase the machines, there's $10,600 that would have to go back into 4170 54 54400 for service maintenance on the old machines, because I took the service maintenance out to save $10,600 the first year, but that would have to go back if we don't purchase the machines. Any questions?
Commissioners?
How many machines are you requesting?
36.
36.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We have 24 election day precincts, and then we have 3 one-stops. The one in Nashville, I try to have 2 machines at. Then you got to have an absentee by mail machine. You got to have a provisional machine. Then you got to have backups in case they fail to be.
My next question: don't you have to have some backups?
It probably ends up 7 backups. Yes, it would be a sufficient number to be able to back up. If we start having that many fail, then there's a bigger problem.
Other questions? John, what do you think the people do when they take these machines back?
Well, I would assume 1 or 2 things. First, I would assume they cannibalize them for parts to keep other states that are not getting these machines, or they send them off overseas somewhere else to be used. That would be my only 2 thoughts. Nobody's ever told me, but that would be my assumption.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
And just for FYI, in the future, when the ADA machines need to be replaced again, we may be able to keep them 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I just don't know, because then we'll be hitting 20 years. The replacement machine for those, once it's certified, is going to run at the trade-in value about $90,000. So if we go to a whole new system, it's $300,000 to $400,000 at least. The way we're doing it now, we should get out less than $300,000 over several years.
John, when you bought these in 2006 with HAVA funds, can you explain HAVA funds?
Well, back after the Florida Chad fiasco, the federal government came out with all this money, billions of dollars, called it the Help America Vote Act. There were some other things involved in that law, stating that you had to have voter registration at DMV, social services, and places like that. But they also came out with billions of dollars. North Carolina, I don't know how much they got, but they got a lot of money. They bought all the voting machines in the state, the whole system, and I think Nash County paid $25,000, and they paid $300 and some thousand for that. But they've tried.
Looked at the availability of anything like that?
Nobody's giving no money. The state, there was a bill introduced at the legislature a year or 2 ago to try to help come up with some money, at least $50,000, I think, per county, but it didn't make it anywhere. So there was some HAVA money put out there last year, but the state board decided to take it for themselves to upgrade their own IT infrastructure. They didn't pass it down to the counties, and it's totally the executive director's discretion what happens with that federal money, so we don't see any of it.
For Mr. Lamb, just to clear up a point, he mentioned he'd like to move forward with it in time for the municipal election. Does that make it a this year's request, or is it still a next year's request?
If we put in the order effective July 1, I think it'll be fine.
I think we're fine. I've already told him if I get this passed, I want to be in place by August the 15th so I can train the new chief judges on them. It's a very similar system. It's not a lot of difference. We're going to keep the old ballot boxes. Most voters really won't even know the difference. So yes, if I can be ready to go at July 1st, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, okay. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mr. Lamb?
Thank you. IT, Sandy? There she is. These next three items, she's gonna have to explain.
I am. And y'all may, everybody else is going so fast, y'all may just tell me to shut up and sit down, because I could go on and on about what we do. The first item on our list is gonna be short and sweet. Like with most things in IT, it's driven by schedules, end-of-life schedules, which is the case with our network switches. We've got approximately 30 switches that are going to be end-of-life in May of 2021. So what we're doing to kind of spread the cost out instead of one lump sum of cost in one budget is to spread it out over the next 3 budgets. We're going to get 10 of those 30 switches this year. We plan on getting 10 next year, and then the following budget year we would get 10 more, and that would cover our 30. Not only does that spread the cost over 3 budgets, it also allows us to be able to roll them out in segments instead of all at once. Any questions?
Let me just ask you one thing on that. So if you
Certainly.
get 10 this year.
Yes, sir.
And 10 in the next 2 years, what's the condition of the 10 when you get to the 3rd year?
The first 10.
What's the life cycle of them?
The ones that we currently have, the life cycle has been 12 years.
12 years.
And so that's what I would anticipate for these as well. Somewhere to be 12 to 15 years.
When you say 10 this year, you're talking about 18, 19?
Correct.
In the current
Our
year?
current budget year, yes.
Yeah, you have the money in the budget right now.
I'm hoping to.
So we're really asking for 35,000 for next year.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so my next exciting topic is going to be our endpoint management system, and I've got some handouts to hopefully, our stuff's kind of hard to explain, so I'm hoping pictures will help you. And then the single sheet that's going around is actually a copy of the last page. When I printed them out, it's very small, very difficult for me to see, so it's still kind of blurry, but at least maybe you can see a little bit better what it looks like. What we're proposing with the endpoint case management system is a central location, a central console by which we can control all the endpoints on our network. Some of the major concerns that we have in IT and most IT organizations is being able to identify what devices are attached to our network, where they're located, how those devices are configured, which users on those devices have administrative privileges, which would get you into trouble if somebody hacks them, which device, the patching that's contained on those devices, whether they're patched, what they're patched with, and what the version of those patches are. It also gives us the ability to centrally manage multiple environments. We currently have a Windows environment, Mac environment, and Linux devices on our network. So this solution gives us the ability to manage all of those from one location. On the next page of your handout, that just gives you a little chart that shows you this management solution will manage our devices from the moment they walk into our door, from the time that they leave and are sold on GovDeals. We have the ability to bring them in, to image them with the operating system that needs to go on them. We can install the software from an image. Software can be deployed remotely to these devices. The patch management's done remotely. We can track licensing on them, the software licensing. This also has the ability to do help desk. We currently have a help desk solution. This would replace that. And we'll talk about how that's going to save money in other budget items as well. And again, we have the ability to do some of these things, but in different separate software tools. This consolidates it all into one location with a central management that all IT staff are able to go in there. It's very simple, easy to manage system to go in there and manage all of our devices at one time. Just to give you some idea of what is involved in trying to manage all these devices, there are new devices and platforms and applications being released all the time, and it's nearly impossible with the magnitude of a network our size to manage those without some sort of endpoint management in place. Cyber criminals are getting savvier all the time. It's harder to combat what they're coming out with to pirate us and hack us. This will give us the ability to do timely security updates and patching in a fast, comprehensive way. Also, it gives us the ability to do some reporting as well. If we were ever to come under Microsoft's auditing eye, we would be able to easily produce reports about what we have, what we're licensed for, how many we have, in order to satisfy what their requirements are. And again, the single page handout shows you what the console itself looks like, and you can see some of the items that are listed there on the side. Identify all the different components of what this console will do.
Is this new?
That device would be new, yes, sir.
And that's a part of security, protecting information?
Yes, sir. Everything that we're proposing or asking for this year is related to security and trying to shore up our security needs.
I know on the computer that I have at the county, I keep getting calls about it's not in service, and we need to talk to them about
Microsoft?
Those are spam calls.
Putting it back in service.
Yeah. Those are spoof calls.
I've been taking it as a scam and ignoring it.
It is very much a scam. We've been getting them at the office.
I've tried to get them off, don't call anymore, but they may wait a week, right back.
Mm-hmm.
When Microsoft calls me like 3 times a day wanting to talk about IT, I know it's a scam. Because all those calls shouldn't go to end users, they should go to IT. Yeah, I get them, I've been getting them in the last couple of weeks, 4 or 5 times a day.
And one of the other cool things that this management console will do, it also gives us the ability not only to track our computers, but also to track the printers that are on our network, where they're located. We can track our switches. It monitors all of our servers just from one central console. And I will tell you, if it helps you in deciding, is that out of the things that it will replace that we already have, roughly 13,250 could be deducted from this number, because it would eliminate some things that we already are paying maintenance on and have in the budget to pay maintenance on for next year. Did I make that, was that clear? Okay.
As clear as it's gonna be.
It's a difficult thing to explain, but it's a critical piece of equipment that would help us by leaps and bounds in controlling what happens on our network, and being able to shut down any kind of an outbreak that we would encounter.
I think Orange County got attacked a couple of weeks ago, so it's Davidson, Mecklenburg, a bunch of counties.
Any questions about our endpoint management?
Questions?
Okay. The next and last request that we have is very exciting to us, at any rate. And it's our cyber recovery proposal. Give everybody a chance to get that. On the first page, you'll see the big round ball in the middle represents our network. So in a traditional attack that we would have from an outside entity, the hacker would attack that network, and what they would be going after would be to try and either steal information, alter the information, hold it for ransom, lock it down so that, and ask for money for it, those kinds of things. That's in a traditional attack. Typically, the way that you would get around that is you would go to your backups, and you would have a backup on location, and you also have a backup at a disaster recovery site. All of this we have. What we don't have, and what happens to a number of people, is that your backups get attacked. So what the cyber recovery solution does is this will be a physical device that sits in our server room. It's completely isolated. It connects to our network. On the second page, you'll see where it's a vault. It sits in our environment, but it's completely separate. It connects to our environment, gets a data dump, and then on the slide below that, it disconnects. So it's completely isolated from the network. So if a hacker gets in, they hack our network, our backups are housed in this vault, completely separate from the network. They can't touch it. The only time at which it would be vulnerable was during that connect, but it's a very brief connection where you do the data dump. And then we disconnect, and it's isolated. There's also a benefit to this vault in that the vault is, if we should ever, not that I would think it would happen, but if we should ever have attack from within, where a county employee tried to attack our data from within, that vault is isolated even from an internal attack. There are very few people that are going to have the credentials to access that vault. And so in the last slide you'll see is a representation of our network, the normal backups and disaster recovery, and then our isolated vault that gives you a comprehensive protection profile.
Sandy, do we have something like this now? Is
We
this
do not.
another layer of
It's
protection?
another layer of protection, and this would be utilized in the event that we were attacked. Our backups or whatever, we don't have to put every piece of data that we back up in this vault. We would identify what is critical to our business operations, and those are the items that we would put in the vault.
Would you have any clue to how many counties in North Carolina have this next layer?
I do not, but I can find out for you.
Just be interested in
Be
that.
happy to find out for you.
And the item above that one, is that something we are replacing, or is that a second new layer?
Yes and no. It will replace some items. In other words, it will replace our patch management solution, our current one. It will replace our help desk. And there's another item that it would also replace that's of a smaller amount. But those items that it does replace amount to the $13,250.
All right.
Okay. You the one who would determine what information would go into this cyber recovery vault?
It would be a group decision. We would identify, no, it would be a group decision. It wouldn't be solely my decision. We would identify as a group, we would identify who needed to be in on that discussion and identify what was critical in the event that we got hit that we would need to pull out of the vault if our backups were corrupted or compromised. What we would need, like tax data, finance data, those kinds of things that would be critical to the operation of the county.
So the vault is actually a second backup, but it's an isolated backup.
Correct.
So you're not replacing any computers or laptops, et cetera, this year? Or they?
We have a line item that is the regular, we replace computers every year from.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's in the routine.
Continuation.
Okay. Gotcha. Any other questions from commissioners?
So on the case system, I assume because you have not got the system approved, that you've got the 13,250 in your budget.
Correct.
So if approved, then that would make the case system actually cost 36 something.
Correct.
And your budget would be adjusted to reflect
Yes,
that, I
sir.
would assume. And I wonder if there are other things in there that we need to know before we talk tomorrow about approval or disapproval of these items, so we can see what the net effect is on these items. This one here, for example, says 50, but if we approve it, it would be 36.
New dollars.
something.
New
Yeah.
dollars.
Sandy's may be the only, with IT, maybe the only that would have maintenance on it.
Well, how about vehicles? If you don't replace vehicles, then
We would have to,
you've
there
got
would be maintenance.
some unusual maintenance costs there that might be
That's true.
involved.
Yeah, we budget vehicle maintenance and make adjustments when
I guess what
we
I'm looking is
anticipate
just
new
the net cost if we approve these items.
And one other thing that I will mention about CASE, although we would prefer to do it as a single solution, we do have the option of breaking it into two parts. One part implemented this year, one part implemented the following year. If we did that, the first year would be 27,000, and then the subsequent year would be around 9,000. It would not give us all the capabilities that we would like to have, but it is an option.
Other questions? Thank you, Sandy. Mr. Lamb?
Sandy, if you want to stay there, and Jonathan, I guess, was involved. The other Jonathan. Oh, there he is. You gonna handle the next one, the commissioner's room?
That's tomorrow.
Who's doing that?
Yeah,
We're doing that
have
tomorrow.
On the agenda tomorrow as a separate item.
Okay. Y'all want to deal with it now?
I don't have my, I didn't bring any of my handouts or anything, so that
Okay.
you could see all the cool stuff we're proposing.
Okay, we'll wait then.
Need to be real cool.
Yeah.
The good news is, half of it is gonna be able to be paid for with PEG dollars, so.
I know that was part of my thing for tomorrow. Was to start off with that, so it sounded really exciting.
4310, Mr. Manager, I think is where she
Thank
wants
you
to go
for your
to.
consideration.
Okay, Sheriff's Office. You have this, don't you? The
Yes, sir.
spreadsheet?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just want to let everybody know that, just a quick update, if you hadn't gotten the update, we got 4 out of the 5 inmates, and Sheriff is out with some of our assets out there looking for the 5th one, so he couldn't be here this afternoon. So I'm here to present this capital thing regarding some vehicles we're asking for. The first line item is 5 Chargers. We're using the North Carolina Sheriff's Association to buy these vehicles, which are a little bit better discount to sheriff's offices. And these were replacing 5 Chargers that we currently have in our fleet that have an increased number of miles and have a lot of maintenance costs associated with keeping these on the fleet. So we would like to replace 5 of these Chargers. Obviously, with the vehicles would come equipment that would equip each of these vehicles to include blue light sirens, antennas, push bumpers for each of these vehicles. We're also requesting on the next page 2 additional positions. With those 2 positions that we're requesting, we would like to also have the consideration of having 2 additional Chargers added to this budget. That would be to have the 2 new employees that we're asking for to have 2 vehicles. And in addition, with the vehicles, we would also need the equipment that are associated with said vehicles, along with the uniforms and supplies to outfit those 2 new deputies. And that would be our current request for the budget. One thing that we are keeping in mind is regarding the use of asset forfeiture. If any of these, and I'm still learning this, so I may not be quoting it right, but if this goes through, we're able to use asset forfeiture in the future for vehicle purchases. But if any of these are taken out, and that's why I said I didn't know 100% sure. So, but I think that's the idea that we want to use to ensure that we get the minimum requested vehicles so we can move forward and use those funds at a later date.
Could you clear that up for the
Yeah.
commissioners, Mr. Lamb?
The non-supplant rule says that if we budget it in our budget ordinance and then later use dollars for federal asset money to do things that were budgeted in our budget ordinance, that we can't do that. You can't supplant what you've already budgeted in your budget. Is that the way we read that? That's new policy. It just came out in the last year. It clarified what was.
That's with an approved budget.
That's with an approved budget. It's not a request. I mean,
At any point up until you approve that budget, they can be purchased with asset forfeiture.
and they have just purchased some vehicles with the asset forfeiture money. This year, y'all allowed them 10 new vehicles. I think they ended up buying 9. And then how many have you bought with asset forfeiture in the last month or two?
I'd say 4, maybe.
I thought it was
7.
7.
7.
So, yeah, the rule is you can't decide mid-year or after you've passed your budget that you're not gonna spend those county dollars and instead, for the same purpose, use federal money.
Any other questions, Chief Deputy?
No, that's pretty much what we got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, emergency management.
Emergency communications.
Good afternoon.
Communication.
Yeah. Well,
The first one I have is a vehicle replacement for 2 pretty worn-out vehicles that we're utilizing for the 911 center and the 911 director. We have basically parked the 2 vehicles we have for that division. One's got 186,000 miles, and we know we got major transmission issues, and then the Dodge we got from the sheriff's office some time back is, we know it's gonna cost at least $800, and it's in terrible shape with 120,000 miles. So we're asking for a 4-wheel drive vehicle, so when we have to go to tower sites when it's snow, ice, Bryant has been using his personal vehicle to get to those sites. Also, we can pull our communications trailer. We've got a trailer for our backup. If we have to go to a site, we can carry a trailer, and this truck would pull that vehicle. As I discussed with Mr. Lamb at the budget meeting, we do have some savings in this year's budget from radio maintenance cost, radio contract costs due to the new radio system. And there is some funds that we could utilize this year to purchase that vehicle and not have to utilize the funds in next year's capital outlay. So if that's something the commissioners would consider, I think Mr. Lamb said y'all would have to approve that for this current year, and we wouldn't have to have that vehicle in next year's budget. The next item is the typical ambulances. Scott's got some information for you. We're replacing 5 ambulances. We have, I think the minimal mileage is 160,000 on each of those. They are 2012 chassis, so the trucks are 7 years old. A lot of maintenance costs you should see on your information, what we're spending on these trucks. It's a tremendous amount of cost on the repairs. I think the minimum looks like $159,939 and up to $180,000 on those trucks. And we also have a paramedic SUV that has 275,000 miles on it, and it'll be replacing, the new one would replace the medic car down at Mount Pleasant, the medic SUV, and administrative staff would get that used vehicle. Instead of putting administrative staff in a new one, we would put them in a used vehicle replacing this 275,000 mile vehicle. The next item is the laptop computers. I came to you last year with this. We're hearing some bad things about these computers, that we can't get patient signatures due to the computers being, some of them I think are 7 to 8 years old. They're required for our billing, dispatching, our mapping, and our patient care reports. So they are a vital part of our organization, and these are state contract prices on these computers. I think that covers it all. Is anybody, Brian? But then there again, on the vehicle purchase for this year, I think with the savings on the radio system in Bryant's maintenance budget and his maintenance contract budget, there was enough to buy the new vehicle in this year's budget, if y'all wanted to consider that. I think that's it. No questions, that's all I've got.
I got a couple of questions.
Okay.
On the F-150 four-wheel drive crew cab, it says in the comments, replacing vehicles, and it lists 2 vehicle mileages, but under the dollars, it just shows 1 vehicle.
Right.
So is it 1 or is it 2?
It's 1. We're basically trying to survive with those 2 old vehicles. When we've got one in the shop, we'll drive the other one, but now both of them broke down, they're
So
both
you're
parked.
really replacing a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
For $31,000, okay.
Right.
The second thing, down here under paramedic SUV,
Yes, sir.
you said the old vehicle could go to the administrative staff.
Yes, sir.
Have they got a vehicle now, or are you just adding that vehicle so they'll have it available?
What we would do was the new vehicle would be put at Mount Pleasant with the supervisor that runs back up to the ambulance. That vehicle would be moved to the administrator that's driving the 275,000 mile vehicle.
What is he driving now, he or she driving now?
It's a Suburban with
So
275,000.
you're just going to replace that vehicle
Yes,
with
sir.
this vehicle?
That's right.
You're
Well,
not actually adding a new vehicle?
not really. We're scared of the one with 275 because it's gonna be a major issue for us
Yeah,
if we keep
I agree.
driving.
I'm just trying to get my mind replacement versus new.
Yes, sir. The new one would actually go to the emergency response vehicle at Mount Pleasant.
Yeah.
The one that he's driving now will go to the administrator that is driving this old.
Yeah, but I'm not getting my point. What I'm trying to understand is if you take an old vehicle with a lot of mileage and you put it in use somewhere else, then eventually, if that's not a replacement, it becomes, if that's not a replacement at some point, it does become a new
Absolutely.
vehicle.
And that's gonna be out of our fleet.
The one with 275 he's gonna remove their fleet.
Yeah, I didn't explain it very well, but what
I
I'm
think
trying.
what he's asking, do you have a net gain in vehicles in this budget?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
You gonna put the one with 275,000 miles out of commission?
Yes, sir.
So you've got a vehicle inventory that we've already seen. So if there's any change in that inventory, then somehow you would notate it on there so we could see if we're actually over time increasing vehicles, and if we did, why? Okay.
That's right. And the one in communications would be replacing 2, but it's to really suffice for one,
Okay.
because those 2 are just worn out. So we actually would be cutting one out of that budget that we're trying to run, and they've cost us, and we can't keep them running.
And you said you had funds available this year if there was some agreement that could fund that vehicle.
Yes, sir, sure do. Any other questions?
Just one, Brian, on your front sheet here, where you got repair costs in the next to the last column. For unit 1017, you say repair cost is $58,741.
That's all the cost we have spent on that truck. My understanding since we've owned it, is that correct?
That's what I was wondering, is that what that is?
Yes, sir. That's everything we've spent on that truck since ownership.
And that hadn't been, those 5 remounts, I think it's 5, yeah, have not been remounted before.
I don't think so. And I
They're all
did talk to our vendor today. He does have our last chassis in, which is great. And I asked him what a new truck would cost us today, and he said it'd be $189,000. The one we're just paying for now is $79,000, the remount. So right now, we're saving over $100,000 by doing these remounts versus buying new trucks, because he told me the new one would be $189. That's what he told me today. So we've gotten good service out of these remounts, and a compliment to our staff. They say that our boxes are the most well-kept boxes of any that they put back on new chassis, and that's a compliment to our staff.
If we bought new ones, they're enhanced requirements now, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
But by remounting used ones, we don't have to reach those.
Right,
thresholds.
and I think I told you, we're trying to get a grant for some of those safety devices for the lifting of the stretcher. And so we hope to get 4 or 5 on this grant, and they run about $40,000 per truck. So next year, if we buy the safety device and a new ambulance, you pay $40,000 more. And a remount, if you get that, you have to pay $40,000 more than what we're paying right now. And that's,
Can I add?
yeah.
Just so you guys know, the new vehicle building standards that Z was referring to are in place for new ambulances. There you see the increase in the cost because of that. The new standards for remounted ambulances have been completed, but require state legislative change. There's some verbiage and a few things within state rule that has to change for that to be implemented. So there will be an increase in cost and even remounts at whatever point the state legislature is able to go through and adopt that change. So.
And one of the reasons we're trying to get the grant, hopefully it'll pay for 4 or 5 of these devices, is for the safety of our employees. So we'll start getting those lifting devices that'll save the injuries to the back, hopefully save us workman's comp claims. But we hope we'll get 4 of those implemented this year at no cost through a grant.
I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
On the laptops, 28 laptops, 5 to 9 years old. So I take that to mean that a number of them have 5 years old and a number of them are 9 years old. Have you looked at maybe replacing these at some number for a 3 or 4 year period, replacing them out like that? What's the life of them? Some schedule to replace them out ongoing.
Right. I think Scott might address this better than me, but I know that we put the devices to hold the computers in the truck. And so if you don't have the same type devices in those, then you have to make sure that computer is with that truck. So what we've tried to do is be consistent throughout with the same, what do you call them, the mounts in the truck.
So all the ones you've got now meet that consistency standard?
All of those, right. And this also includes a 5-year warranty, and that's all maintenance. And we have spent $13,000 this year on maintenance, and if we get the computers, we had pulled out $23,000 in maintenance costs.
You would pull that out, but you
Yes,
haven't
sir.
yet.
Right. Have we pulled that out yet? Z, you remember that we talked about if we got the computers, we could pull out the maintenance.
I don't think we pulled that out.
But it
I
would
think
be-
we discussed
so. That
it. I don't
wouldn't be
remember
smart.
if we pulled it out
wouldn't pull it out till I knew I
pending
had the
this
new
approval or
laptop.
not.
But we certainly can pull that out if we get the
So
computers.
again, you could net.
107.
Any other questions?
On the laptops, when you replace those, are they gonna be on a new enhanced platform?
Yes, that would be, you mean as far as the platform in the truck or?
No,
The software.
like the software and the operating.
We'll be still using the ESO, and it will be, what other?
Yeah, everything will be up to date, including the local security stuff. I know, our in-house technology person, Lee Davenport, has been working with Sandy and making sure that the specifications of the laptops that we're looking at are meeting the needs of what IT has coming as well. So, The short answer would be yes, that everything should be up to date and compliant with what the county's needs are going forward.
And we've certainly got a lot of years out of those computers. And again, sometimes when we try to get the patient to sign, we're not even getting the signature on the patient care report because it's just, they're worn out. They don't have the ability.
What did you say the savings would be if you replaced these laptops with?
$23,000 is what he estimated would be the maintenance cost if we kept the other 28. So we would pull that out.
Just looking back at that repair cost again, what do we do to an ambulance where we are spending an average of $9,000 a year on it in maintenance costs? The first item, $58,000 in
What
7
we try
years.
to do
What
is,
goes on with it?
well, it stays in the shop quite a bit. And
I can see that.
so what Jamie Moss handles this for us. And what Jamie does is he tries to look at the number of hours that truck's out of service, the amount of money we're spending on it. He actually had two 2014 model trucks he was going to turn in for remounts next year. But when he got to looking at the overall picture, he decided to go ahead with those that are 7 years old and had really cost us a lot of money. He's concerned about those two 2014 models being a real problem this upcoming year. But if we get these new ones, the new remounts, he maybe can put those as a backup truck and not have to use them quite as much and not cost us quite as much.
What kind of issues do you have with them that require that kind of money to be spent on?
Well,
Does that include wrecking? I mean, if you wrecked it?
Yeah, no. Most of what we're seeing right now, the most expensive parts, has to do with the DEF system and the injectors and different things that happen with that. The DEF systems and these diesel systems, with the way we run them 24 hours a day, they don't hold up well. And when they get this kind of years and age and use on them, we'll have, what we see is an emissions problem comes up. They lose power, that type of thing. We have to take it in. And the man hours is almost half that total because they have to basically take the whole system out from underneath the truck and rework it, replace a bunch of stuff, and put it back in. That's one of the reasons why on all these new chassis that we're remounting on are actually V10 gas engines to get us back away from all of the problems we've had with all the retrofitting that they've done on diesel chassis over the last 7-8 years. And so far, good luck. We've got 2 years worth of the gas chassis, and overall costs are actually down in the overhead maintenance. So.
and Jamie does a great job making sure those trucks get serviced on time. They've got good tires on them, and all that is figured into this cost. We wanted you to see what we'd spent on each ambulance since
Who does
2000.
that service work for you?
C.W. Williams does most of it. If it's a real major, it's Leith and Wendell.
So the repair costs that you have detailed here is actual dollars?
Yep.
Not estimated man time?
No, that came right out. And that, again, that's the total cost we've spent on those trucks.
Engine hours, that means you actually have something on the motor that tells how long the motor run, where it was going down the highway or sitting at a scene or something.
It never cuts off, that's the issue.
That's the thing, it never cuts off.
Right, the miles is secondary to the maintenance on the thing, really.
Got just as much time idle as it does going down the road.
Probably more.
Yeah, there's a lot of times a truck working the hospital station or South Rocky Mountain Station, that truck will run basically all day because they're running calls and they don't cut it off when they go in a patient's house because of the heat. And so get right back, go to the hospital, run another call.
That paramedic SUV looks like it's going 700 miles per hour.
What are you looking at that?
Miles per hour.
That 330 must be 3,300.
33,000 or something.
It's got
Yeah, 3,300.
Those numbers are actually reported to us through the system we use that tracks the maintenance directly through the vehicle computer.
Yeah.
So
The paramedic SUV shows 330 engine hours and 275,000 miles.
Moving pretty quick, ain't it?
Yes, actually, I'm sure that was probably replaced. This vehicle was wrecked and actually technically totaled a few years ago. And it's a salvage title vehicle actually right now, because it was by far cheaper to go ahead and fix it, repair it, put it back on the road even as a salvage title than it was to replace it.
So the engine hours started over?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Because that's actually what reports in the system, so I was not going to argue with it.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
Mr. Hill? How you doing?
All right, how you doing? Good to see all of you. I have a relatively simple request. One vehicle in animal control, 23,000, and 7,000 for the compartment. I will need to revise that mileage it shows 108,000 here, but when we checked it a week ago, it had 122,500. I think still relatively low mileage. The reason I'm here, the objective here, is to try to not have to purchase two in a given year, but to purchase one every other year or every third year. We have not purchased one this year. The replacement of this 122,000 mile vehicle was this purchase took place in 2012. I would suggest, if you do fund this request, that we don't purchase a new vehicle immediately in the fiscal year. We drive it just as long as we can, and if it keeps going, keep driving it. The maintenance has been okay. It has not been cost prohibitive at this point, and I would wait until it got to that point before we replaced it. So my request is for the replacement, but if you decide to cut one, that's okay too. We'll keep driving it.
You're very persuasive, Mr. Hill, you know that.
Well, I really have a greater need for a replacement in an environmental health vehicle, but we never purchase new vehicles in environmental health, so I'm hoping we'll get a hand-me-down in environmental health for Eric Kuchel's vehicle. So that's why I didn't have a vehicle there. So I do have one animal control vehicle.
Yeah. Does Melanie coordinate our hand-me-downs?
This year, usually we rely on cars that we get from the sheriff's department.
I'll tell you what I've thought about. Just about 3 or 4 months ago, bought a surplus, DOT surplus truck that was excellent. That's the second one we bought for solid waste, and it was probably worth $13,000 or $14,000 with 70,000 miles, and we bought it for $4,500. So I'll be looking to see if we could do a surplus vehicle if we can't get a hand-me-down for environmental health. And you'll be able to see them real well too, being that bright yellow.
Where do you think you can find hand-me-down?
Sir?
Where do you think you can find a hand-me-down?
Oh, I'm hoping it could come from the sheriff's department. Been very good at that in the past, where we've got some of our Dodge Chargers in environmental health, or Parks and Recreation, or somewhere else we might find a hand-me-down. But if not, then I would say we could look to DOT surplus for environmental health. This would be a replacement for Eric Kuchel. He told me he had to, the window would fall in the back. He had to lift it up with his hand often. So it's probably a 2008 or 9 he's driving.
Yeah.
Any questions, Mr. Hill, on this item? When you retire from the health department, Mr. Hill, we're gonna start a fleet maintenance position and put you in that position, sir.
I'm not so sure how well I do, but I'll try to help you any way I could.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Nash.
Okay, next we have, what's next on we want to do the positions or the Miracle Park? Miracle Park's going to be much shorter than we thought it was going to be.
215, we'll go ahead with the Miracle Park there.
Okay. The reason we put this on the agenda was at our special projects meeting yesterday, capital projects meeting, we talked about how to draw down the part of money we had to, it was our understanding that we had to put the restroom back in, we took that out of the original RFP and we're out of the award. And we were under the impression yesterday that we needed these things that had been put in the part-if grant put back in somehow. We have been told in the last 24 hours that we can draw down money without the restrooms being constructed. But we do still need to make plans on some concessions, restrooms, storage area, or if it's the desire of the board to have even a larger community building, we do need to focus on that in the very near future. So
Actually, we didn't even bid that part of the job.
We didn't.
We didn't take prices on it. It was strictly a site contract. And I can go through my minutes, my notes. I think I tried to do it this morning, ran out of time, but I believe we've got X amount of dollars sitting in that budget to do that work with.
Okay.
And
Patsy, is she here?
She's
do you, Patsy, are you prepared that you could just update us on, I know when we did all our negotiations on the part, we left a certain amount of money for the items that we did not have in the contract. And I don't have that number with me, but I will bring it tomorrow if you don't have it with you today.
I don't have the budget for the park with me. I do
Okay.
have the grant application, which did have a contingency of 5% in that. So-
It wasn't contingency, it was something else. But we can deal with that tomorrow.
Yes, but as we found out, we can draw down all the funds, but 10% retainage. And the restroom building and the signage were included in the part-if application, so they will have to be met within the 3-year time frame, which is October 31st of 2020.
I don't think we got
So
any.
technically, you can open without
Sure.
restrooms.
Well, hopefully it won't be many months without them, because we really need them when we open this.
Yes.
Just an item we've got to get back on and get it done. That's not the intent to open the park without them.
Yeah, so that we just wanted,
Gotcha.
we originally put it on the agenda because we thought time was of the essence on the bathrooms, but apparently it's not.
How does funding from the Cooper Development Corporation play into this if they were prepared to provide some funding?
Well, what we got, Wayne, is in the original budget, which included
$250.
that funding for them, includes a set figure that we had left that will build anything that we didn't have in there. We got picnic yards to do,
Right.
and we've got whatever building we build to do. And there are a few other small little things. But I will be sure I'm prepared to talk about that tomorrow and get an update us on it.
You need to understand that they're gonna put in a specific amount, or it's just that
Well,
they-
I don't know what their specific amount will be. They committed to a minimum amount,
And are doing very well.
and they are doing very well.
All right, Ms. Lamb,
That's it.
you want a break now? It is almost 2:15. Or do you want to keep going, board members?
keep going.
Break. Ms. Leggett said break.
Okay, let's take a.
Take a 15-minute break. Well, I call us back to order at this time. The next item on the agenda is position reclassification and new position request. And I'll turn it over to our manager, Z. Lamb.
Okay, if we could, I'll do the talking, but yeah, Mr. Hill, if you and Anderson, where's Anderson? Oh, yeah. If we could, we'll do the first one and the last ones under health, just because they're all related to home health. As y'all know, the county sold home health in August. At the time, we had a couple people retiring. There ended up being 6 employees that were, that still wanted to work for the county. Mr. Hill, at the bottom there, you can see, has placed 5 of them in the health department, and here's an explanation of what they do.
Thank you, sir.
All I'm asking here is that y'all, right now we have 5 budgeted positions in home health, and we need to formally, at some point tomorrow, transfer those 5 positions to the health department. And that's all about. Just wanted y'all to see where those 5 employees went. The 6th employee is the first one on the list. We have put that lady in the human resources as the front desk person, and we're asking that that person remain in that position. Anderson, is she eligible to retire at some point, or?
Of course.
I think she's about 3.5 years away
Okay,
from
3.5.
retirement.
Okay.
She's been
And
with
the
the
other
county about
5, as far as we know,
They've got several years. Some
Okay.
maybe 3-4 years with 26 years now. But we were able, as you can see from this handout, put them in various program state budgets the best we could. I will say that even though with our COLA increase alone, 80% of our budget's pretty much personnel, but with our COLA increase, created about a $325,000 increase, and this home health absorption created about a $400,000 increase. We were still able the other day, by taking more from our rainy day account, our Medicaid reserve account, by $300,000 more, which put it up to $900,000. Long story short, even though our COLA alone accounts for $325,000 more, plus $400 from home health, we only asked for $240,000 more in local appropriation. It takes us from 3.1 million to less than 3.4 million, or thereabouts, but 240,000 more.
but as he said, that includes the 5% plus the absorption of those home health employees.
But we were fortunate, we had that, I'll call it a rainy day account, Medicaid reserve money, where we earn money in maternity, family planning, and child health. Any excess that we don't spend from year to year goes into a reserve account. So we were able to increase the reserve account in order to lower the local appropriation account. Are there any questions there? The new positions we really had there that would be for home health, and like I say, we put them in without a tremendous increase in local appropriation.
And I can tell you that the home health employees that I have talked to, and I've talked to 3 of these 6, are just thrilled, happy, thankful to the commissioners for looking out for them in the transition. So.
They absolutely are. And I've talked to every single one of them, and they're very, very satisfied and like their new jobs, and very appreciative to you commissioners for scotching those jobs in.
So basically what we'll do tomorrow is just authorize us to put these in the next year's budget as presented. Anybody else? Questions, anybody?
Just a couple. On this list you handed out, there's a Jackie Rogers at the bottom that's not on this list. Is that something that happened when we sold it, or what is that?
She's the top position on here.
She's going to HR. Very first one, new
It's a
position.
new position.
We placed her in human
I
resources.
got you. I see what you did. And when you said top position, I thought you were talking about Betty Hale down at the bottom, but I'm caught up. Thank you. Any other questions?
The 5 that we absorbed, the 4 of them are nurses, and they were public health nurse 3s and that level of nursing and home health, and 1 was an aide, and you can see that where we placed these different ones in the health department, and I can tell you, they've been very well absorbed in these different programs. I will add that we held a vacancy, as Mr. Lamb asked me to do, for probably 6 months before we had this opportunity, and we absorbed 1 into a nurse vacancy that we had there.
Okay.
Did we not have anybody at the front desk in HR prior?
We did up until Jackie Varnell retired last August or September. And her job, when we filled that position, we added additional duties that took it away from the front desk. We identified a need for employee training. That position is taking on some of the onboarding, and we kind of restructured some of the duties in our office so we had nobody to work.
So you've got different ones that rotate to the front desk to cover it, or?
We really don't.
She's at the front desk.
Oh, she's at front desk now, yeah.
Jackie Rogers.
Well, when this lady was that you were speaking of left, how did you cover it if you didn't have somebody at the front desk? Did they just walk in straight to your office, or?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have two clerical folks that went into DSS, thanks Shay and Amy over there for that, and one's already retired, and the next one, the second one, will be retiring in April, so it won't be in next year's budget.
Yeah, we sent two of them over there to do filing and stuff until they retire.
Be aware of them out, then he sends them somewhere else, don't they?
What's that?
Nothing, sir.
The selling home health care, are we still, is it taking most of that money to take care of these positions that you were talking about?
The 2 million that we got from the sale, we have set aside in a capital reserve.
That's right, I remember we
for the health department building.
It wasn't put in operating funds at the commissioner's request. I think it was actually your request, Ms. Bell.
Yeah, we are absorbing additional operating or personnel costs with the transition. As he said, about $400,000, but one of those positions was vacant and you were able to fill it, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And to
Well,
tell you the
that's
truth,
why I was asking
the request,
wondering where that money was coming from that you were talking about.
yeah, the request in local appropriation is actually $240,000, which would be less than the 5% cost of living at home, not to mention the absorption of the home health nurses. And where the money's coming from is we have a reserve Medicaid reserve account required by the state. But what we've done is tried our best to set money aside from year to year. Donald Woods and Melanie very much familiar, and County Manager very much familiar with this account. It's restricted to maternity, family plan, child health. So what we've done is in this account, we've done very well to save. We've been able to increase it by $300,000. Actually, counting out the typical increase is about $600,000, from $300,000 the current year to $900,000. I first increased it about $3, and then increased it $300,000 more. And every dollar we increased it backed out a local dollar, so it decreased the local appropriation by that amount. So to answer your question, where we got the extra money to handle it was out of this reserve rainy day account. I think we're still in good shape. You say, well, if you're taking $900,000 out next year, we still got about $600,000, $700,000 that we'll have in that reserve account. We can look a year or two ahead and still have a pretty good reserve.
Well, if you really look at the true picture, Mr. Steele, you know you were headed towards a deficit situation in home health anyway. So you eliminated any deficit that you have for the future. So really, I don't envision it as new dollars anyway, because we were going to either lose it or we're going to spend it where we move these people to.
That's right. We weren't maintaining.
To me, it's pretty much a wash, and would probably only get worse moving forward had we continued in the business.
That's right. And just like this first nurse, Astrid Gasaway, I got her in the child health budget that is largely funded by the state. And when you look down at the supervisor, Bobby Stallings, I got her in the family planning budget. That is not as largely funded by the state, but still a lot of state funds in that budget.
Right.
So, and then Lisa Strickland, we've got her 70% in a CC, which is 100% funded by the state, and 30% in a CAP, which is not 100% funded, but we got that person in a special budget too, not in the general local budget.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John? This is, I believe it requires the county commissioners to change the stipend for election board members, and John will explain to you what he's proposing.
So as you know, probably for the last 2 or 3 years, our number of board members has changed. We were 3 board members for probably the first 7 years I was here. Then it went to 4 board members, and now we're at 5 board members. So we meet probably 8 regular meetings a year, and then each election has a minimum of 7 meetings tied to each election for absentees, election day, and various things. And that doesn't include anybody who wants to appeal a voter registration or a candidate, something like that adds another preliminary hearing and a hearing. So sometimes the meetings can go on and on. So with 5 board members, you know, we have been paying, since I've been here, the chairman was getting $250 a month. I think Tracy Reams done that prior to me getting here, changed it from a per meeting to a stipend for the chairman, plus mileage, and the board members have been getting $50 per meeting plus mileage. And they would pay the board members a little extra when they went to state board trainings, which would be, you know, somewhere else in the state, so $50 a day for that. And that hasn't changed in 10 years. So I wanted to look at going to a stipend method, which is what some counties do, and other boards in this county may be the very same way, and just pay a flat amount, no mileage, each month. That way it's easily reconciled. I'm not trying to figure out how many meetings we had this month, how much mileage it is from their house and back to all the meetings. And I talked to finance, Wendy, and she agreed it would be a much easier job on her. So I polled some of the surrounding counties to see who was doing monthly stipends, and you'll see 3 listed right there: Johnson, Wake, Wilson, and what they pay for their chairman and what they pay for their board members. Wilson's numbers are a little strange. But so then was, what do we pay our board members? What do I recommend paying our board members? Again, the whole point is not looking for an increase. The point was trying to make it easier to keep up with. So if you look at the 2019-20 budget, without the stipend, you'll see 4 line items, 2 budgets and 4 line items, $5,400, $500, $4,200, and $1,250. Now, I originally had put the whole 12, which was recommended, into 4170, and finances pulled some of that out, so your sheet looks a little different. The 500, 4,200, and 1,250 are not included in the current budget because I put the 12,000 and 4,170 in board member pay and didn't put anything anywhere else in the budget to pay them. The stipend option, which is what's recommended, is the board chair would be $300 a month. They would only get mileage for attending an out-of-county training. And the other board members is $175 per month and only get mileage for outside the county training. That totals $12,000 a year. If I budget the way I normally would budget, it'd be $11,350 for this current year. Now, if you pay by meeting, that changes every year. It's based on number of elections and stuff like that. So if you're looking at this upcoming year, if we have a second primary, which is always highly possible when you have council of state and all that running on the ballot, then that adds 7 more meetings to our year, which would be 4 elections. That would increase that $11,350 up to probably around $13,000. So it will be above the recommended stipend. And next year, we have 1 general election, the presidential election. So the amount, if I do it for mileage and meetings, would always be less than a stipend, even if Rocky Mount Schools, Nash Rocky Mount Schools has a runoff in December. So it's a give and take. Again, the purpose is not trying to sit here and try to come up with extra money for the board members, even though they haven't had a raise or any extra money in 10 years. The main goal was to make it simple across the board. Everybody gets paid the same amount every month and don't have to worry about keeping up with mileages and meetings and stuff like that. So that's the purpose of the request.
Where does the number on the spreadsheet of 732020 come from, John?
That they broke it down, my 12,000, they took that out. So the 5,400 plus that number would equal 12,000. When I originally put the budget in munis, I put 12,000 in that line item to cover it all and didn't put any mileage or anything anywhere else in finance. Took part of it out to show you the difference.
We actually had, in the salary for board members last year, we didn't account for all the other pieces that John had taken out with the mileage and some of the other things. But we added back in the 5,200 and the FICA associated with it, and the difference between the stipend, the 12,000, and the FICA and 5,200 is where we came up with that. So this would be the cost to add back to the budget to put the stipend in. But if we don't do the stipend, then we do have to add back in all the other pieces that John
Which
was.
he just showed us is basically the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
So,
All right. Any questions from board members? Thank you, John.
Okay, Sheriff Department? Office?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, sir.
We have several line items here. I didn't know if you wanted me to start in any particular order. The first one that we have...
Works best.
I'm sorry?
Top to bottom works best.
Okay. The first two that we have here are reclassification of positions, just to reflect what the actual employee is actually classified as. The first one is Christopher Carey. Currently, he is a captain that's responsible for overseeing patrol divisions, and we're asking for him to get classified from a sergeant to a captain at the cost that's shown there on the second column. And then the second reclass is from a detective sergeant or a detective, Brandon Jenkins, to, he's currently serving as a platoon lieutenant for one of the patrol divisions that we have. And the total request classification is shown on the line on the right.
Are those numbers reversed? It seems like if you go from a 69 to a 76, you would get more than if you went from a 69 to a 72 increase.
It depends on what they're making.
What they're making now.
And their tenure and years of service.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you.
So those are the first two. The next position that we're requesting is for a new position. This would include a civilian evidence tech. Currently, we have a part-time civilian that came from the SBI, has a lot of experience that we rely on her a lot, and we are requesting for her position to be considered into a new full-time position, so she can help us with a lot of the evidence purging, the new evidence standards for CALEA, and ensure that we stay compliant with all these court orders coming out regarding returning of firearms to owners and disposing of such evidence. And her new salary would be $42,475.39.
That's a net difference. That's a net change with the part-time.
That's plus the part-time.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying if she makes 20 part-time, this is the additional increase, that would be 62? Just
That's
arbitrary?
salaries and benefits, right.
Okay, okay, all right.
The next two positions would be for two new full-time deputy sheriffs that I had mentioned earlier in regards to adding them to our patrol division. And the salaries are also noted on the right-hand side for those two new positions. Is there any questions on that one? Okay, the next position.
Is that starting salary over?
No, that would be his initial, his or hers
Salary and
salary and benefits.
And they're the two that match the two new car requests previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The next one would be a assumption of salary at 100% starting July 1st for Jeremy Hardy. This salary at one time was coming from our federal fund asset forfeiture, and we're requesting assumption of 100% salary. And the reason for this is it will allow us to order other supplies and vehicles and other needed items that we can use from asset forfeiture. The next one would be two positions from the percentage of the grant that we get from Governor's Highway Safety. I believe the first one is 15%, and then the second year would be 30%, and the actual total for the first year, which we're in the first year or second year? We're in the second year, so it would actually be 30% matched by the county, and the actual total amount is shown here as 32,580.45.
That's our 30% share.
Yes, sir.
So these are 2 employees that we put to work under the highway safety program that had 100% the first year, drops down.
The first year was 15%. The second year is 30%.
Okay. And next year will be another step.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
50%, right?
50.
And then the following year, 100%
Yes,
county.
sir.
Are these employees, were they hired when this grant became available, or were they?
They were already on board with us.
Okay.
They were in patrol services.
Okay.
And when we applied for the grant, we moved the best qualified ones to fill this position.
But I'm sure we backfilled those 2 positions by filling them, correct?
I believe we did, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The next one is, second to last one, is a new part-time special projects. This is for David Wooten. He would be considered the new part-time special projects coordinator. It would be for $25 an hour at 16 hours a week, and the total would be $22,391.20.
Don't
I noticed, we've been told by the community college that their security cost is gonna go up $23,000 next year because y'all sent them a letter saying that 25 per hour for off-duty people is going to 30.
That's correct. Most agencies in the area, since I've been here 20 years, the minimum hourly rate has been 25.
Okay.
So the cost of living, they're assuming the cost of living over, at least since I've been here 20 years, has been consistently $25 an hour. So most agencies agree to approach some of these vendors or the community college to raise the hourly rate.
Yeah. So, but Wooten's position will be 25?
It'll be 25.
Okay. I think at the budget meeting, we talked about that raise to $30 an hour. It's gonna cost the county $23,000 just for the community college. And, you know, we're providing, the county's providing the vehicle, we're providing the gas, and a lot of times they run the whole time. The supplies, everything. And I'm just a little concerned that, by sending out that directive, raising it to 30, that the sheriff is actually coordinating it. And so they're going over their 171 hours where we have to start paying them time and a half. But because they're being contracted out, we're getting around that. And I'm just a little concerned that if we control their actions, if we control their salary, if we control, their functioning as a part-time person, that we may be in violation of federal law on overtime, Fair Labor Standards Act. I know a few of us went, and there may be an exception for sheriff's departments, and I know we've done an agreement, an MOU, that we use the Raleigh or Wake County form, and I know our association's put out a new proposed contract. I think I sent it to you. I just want to make sure that we're not violating Department of Labor laws by coordinating these employees and their overtime work and even setting their rate. I'm a little concerned about that based on a seminar that a few of us went to Anniston and Wendy. We're just a little concerned about how we're getting away with not paying them time and a half as a county if we're in fact coordinating their activity.
And I think to possibly respond to that, a lot of agencies in the area have also taken the lead on charging the agent, not the agency, but the contractor, an hourly fee for the vehicle and the fuel. I've seen some agencies where they'll charge a nominal fee per hour depending on how long the vehicle's there. I know Rocky Mount uses a fee if they're using at a part-time gig or whatever, however you would call it. They actually pay an hour for the vehicle and the fuel. So I mean, that's something that we could look at as well. But I think the 171, working on the clock on the county time, and at the same time working off-duty employment, it actually serves, I don't want to say a positive double-edged sword, because you can actually respond, leave your part-time job, and assist if something happens, as like a robbery or an incident where you have more people. Because we actually, as we stand, they say we have 10 employees.
Yeah, that makes it even worse though, because they're subject to call.
Right.
Which means they're under the control of the sheriff's department.
Right.
So
They would come off their part-time job and then respond, so you'd actually have more people on the street to respond to an incident.
I'm glad that the deputies get this part-time
Right.
money. It just seems like the taxpayers are paying for the gas and the vehicles and the equipment, and the employee is getting 100%, and there's no sharing of that $25 or whatever. I would ask y'all to consider, and I think the president of the community college was going to talk to the sheriff about this, but remain at $25 for the community college, because like I said, it's just $23,000 that the commissioners are going to have to come up with to pay that.
I'll refer that to the sheriff.
Okay, thank you.
When these contract employees get paid, is the county giving them that check, or does it come from the vendor?
It comes from the vendor.
Comes directly from the vendor.
But the vendor's getting the money from us to pay them.
That vendor is,
That
yeah,
vendor's
not all
community
vendors.
No,
That-
but this particular vendor
Well,
is.
That's not rude.
That makes this vendor a little bit different.
Right, I wouldn't ask a question for that. I'm trying to satisfy Z's situation about whether they're still a county employee or not. It just looks like that would make a difference there to me, but y'all sort that
Yeah,
out. I'm not
yeah.
gonna get into that.
We can do some
We'll continue to
research.
look at it, and I'm
Yeah.
sure there's a lot of jurisdictions that do it. But that may not mean that it's, I mean, I'm sure we can structure it somehow where it's totally legal. I'm just
Yeah.
not sure
Well, just
where we
fact-
have so much control, currently setting price and, you know, making them subject to being on call and things like that, really puts them under our employee dominion or whatever. But that's just a concern we got after going to that seminar.
And the last thing that we're proposing is overtime pay in lieu of comp time accrual. Obviously, within the last 7 weeks, we've had a lot of national media attention with items and situations that have occurred here in the county. And our overtime, our comp time accrual has and will go through the roof within for the last 6 or 7 weeks that we've had these incidences occur. So we're requesting consideration for overtime pay, and we've set the request to $61,175.
Question, I'm sorry, question. I know the jail overtime for 6 months is around $120,000, and I know there's a 30-day or 28-day extension.
And we appreciate that, because we're running 9 vacancies.
I know,
right now.
you have 9 vacancies, and that's why it's justified.
Yes, sir.
Because you have 9 vacancies. But the overtime pay, I was thinking it was for narcotics, not for all deputies.
Yeah, I remember him mentioning something like that. It just wasn't just specifically for one division. It'd be for all of the sworn side.
Okay. Thank you.
Nick?
Any
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah, I'll start the jail. I think I gave y'all an introduction this morning that there had been a request for additional full-time positions, but given their 9 vacancies, it didn't make sense to fund and put in the budget that kind of money when we have 9 vacancies. So the sheriff and his staff agreed to take those positions out. And in the future, if they're fully staffed, then they can always come to the commissioners for incremental numbers of additional staff. Go ahead.
So the first one is a returning retiree, Ronnie Pittman. Served here for many years, retired, spent his time away from the county to ensure that he satisfies retirement requirements. And we're asking, because of his experience and his knowledge of the jail, to allow him to work part-time at 18 hours a week to ensure that he's under 1,000 a year, so 936 hours, for a total of $15,961.27.
Okay.
The next item that we were requesting as well is for all jail employees to receive an in-range 5% increase for all jail employees, excluding the new jail administrator that starts April 1st. And that total amount that we're requesting is $130,393. This will assist us in hiring qualified employees, retaining our current staff, and it would offset the overtime pay for the last several months to supplement the detention staff. So if we're fully staffed, we don't have to have our own staff work overtime, because the 5% increase would assist in ensuring that we get qualified personnel.
Questions from commissioners? The manager staff provided us with a comparison of our jail staff employee salaries versus surrounding counties, which we normally use to do a salary study with. Do y'all have that information?
We did. He shared it with us a couple of days ago.
Just want to make sure you had it. Any other questions?
Might be good for everybody on the board to have that information tomorrow when we consider this.
And plus the state
If
School
we
of
don't
Government
already.
has come out with their county salary survey in the last couple of days. You can just go to and see every county in North Carolina for every type of position.
We need to have some copies.
And that's where those numbers came from, which are September 1, 2018 numbers. What everybody was making as of September 1, 2018.
Any other questions on the Sheriff's Department personnel request? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, could we see social services? Oh, it's nice. Didn't call him Will.
I guess maybe I'll start with, I'm
And
so
if you
sorry.
would.
Okay. I was gonna say you saved the best for last, but, that's not true, because we have great departments, and, everybody works really, really hard. So, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And I will say all our departments work together well as a team too, so, in lots of ways. My list isn't very extensive, but I will say everything that we're asking for, we feel is very necessary for our department. We have 3 positions that are currently vacant that we are trying to reclassify. And I can go into great detail, so if I get into too much, feel free to stop me or ask questions. But we've talked about it before. The top 3 positions are income maintenance positions, and basically the security of economic benefits, you have to have a certain access to be able to enter the system, to input information, to assist clients. And right now, we have a lot of staff that are clerical, and they're not able to do that. So we are receiving tons of calls with clients, and we're not able to actually access the information to actually put information into the system. And so we are asking for those basically for our workers to be able to add information to the system. And also for telephone calls, we have, Sandy was generous and helped in January. We looked at 2 lines on our front desk in food, nutrition, and Medicaid. And in January, we had 9,900 calls on just 2 phone lines. So we're starting to receive a lot of calls to the county manager's office, to HR, that people aren't answering the phone. But when you have 9,900 calls, it's kind of difficult to help the person in front of you as a receptionist, get them logged in, take their information, and answer phone calls as well. And so we're looking at the 2 PA positions to be able to assist with that, to assist with calls, to be able to assist with various functions that other income maintenance workers can do. And that would help the regular caseworkers to be able to work on timeliness in processing applications and recertifications. And those top 2 positions, basically we get 50 to 75% reimbursement for the amount of money you see there. So that is one good thing. The 3rd position is also an income maintenance position we're asking to reclassify, and that is to assist with our training needs. We have a lot of turnover, we have a lot of new workers, we have a lot of ongoing workers, we have a lot of Medicaid policy changes. This frequent, very, very frequent. Not just policy changes, but then we have NC Fast changes, updates, modifications, and so it's just churning daily. And so that person would be able to perform second-party reviews to determine where the errors are, and be able to follow back up with the workers to ensure that they understand what they're doing, to be able to hopefully eliminate or avoid county paybacks, because if we make an error, then we're going to be responsible for paying for that error. So that would be the 3rd position. And the other thing I would add is, I think when we presented to Mr. Lamb in budget, I pulled out a letter that was issued in 2016. And basically it says factors impacting county administration of economic services programs. So during the period of 2008 to 2013, Medicaid clients increased by 75%, and food nutrition cases increased by 75%, and Medicaid caseload increased 25%. And it goes on to say that this is the new norm for DSS economic services programs. It talks about the implementation of NC Fast, it talks about the defects, it talks about the affordable care, open enrollment, how lots of different programs have changed, but it's just pages and pages. And it continues to say it will be ongoing workload requirement and ongoing workload requirement. And so they're requiring more and more. And in 2008, we had 164 employees. It's 2019, we have 170. So we really haven't added any staff to take care of the ongoing requirements, but I think we've done a really good job of trying to reclassify what we have to be able to meet the needs. And so basically, we're asking for those 3 to be reclassified, and again, those we get 50% reimbursement for food nutrition and 75% Medicaid. So between 50 and 75% on all 3 of those. And the final position is currently not vacant, it's a current employee, and we are requesting that her position be modified or reclassified from a processing assistant 4 to a child support agent 1. The increase in location, there's been a significant increase in location, so she's spending 50 to 60% of her time doing child support, actual child support duties, and so it should not be classified as a clerical position.
And for the board's information, that 1,178 should be twice that much.
Right, and that position would be 66% reimbursable. So it should be $2,356.96 with 66% reimbursement.
Give us that amount again. 3,000?
235696.
0.96, if that's correct.
2, 3, 5, 6, 9, 6, okay.
That was it.
Those figures, well, looking at the vacant positions, you don't indicate that they're part-time. Is that an increase for those positions, these figures I see here, or is that?
They're full-time positions.
That's a net increase over what they're reclassifying the
Okay,
position.
this is net increase, okay.
Right, so the
'Cause I was
position
getting
is
ready-
currently budgeted as a processing agent 3, and if it's reclassified to an income maintenance caseworker, that would be the increase in the budget.
And again,
Okay, I saw it mighty low.
the overriding purpose is to allow them to access NCFAS, which they can't do under their current classification. When DSS was part of the state personnel system, yearly, they would bring the commissioners reclassifications. We still have a consultant that helps DSS with figuring out these kind of things. But I appreciate the fact that you're not asking for new positions. You're repurposing the positions that you have. So.
And we would like to be able to use temporary staff to fill those positions, but we also have another letter that states that they have to be merit-based employees, so they cannot be contract workers, and they cannot come to us through a temporary agency. They're not allowed to access the system.
Is the number we have, Donna, is that our part, or is that, because some of them were shared cost, is that our net amount?
No, this is just our cost without the revenue reimbursement on it. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just the expenditure side. There's no net revenue from that. So when she said that the last one is 66% reimbursable, so the net cost is
800.
Yeah,
I got you.
right.
I'd like to ask Sandy Big some questions about the system at the jail.
Any other questions?
Yeah, without
Yes, sir.
taking a lot of time today, can you, when it's convenient, give us a little update on NC-FAST, how that program is going?
Which part, in services or in like economic benefits?
In general.
In general, okay.
Yeah, because I've heard that possibly we have opted out of some of those programs, and I just would like to know what the reasoning was for that.
Okay. Right now, there's a Senate bill, and it is to put on hold NC-FAST for child welfare. Basically, we actually had a conference call this morning with the 23 pilot counties, the 23 counties that were supposed to go live on Monday, and we were one of those counties. But we talked with the pilot counties to see where they are, and a lot of the problems aren't necessarily with intake, although there are some problems with intake, but a lot of counties are losing 75% of their child welfare staff because there's a lot of system it's not functional quite yet.
Can you just kind of summarize that for me so I can sit
Okay.
down and digest it?
I don't know if I know how to summarize it. Just
Well,
to
just
say,
summarize it the way you said it and just put it on paper.
He means at a future time.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be tomorrow.
Yeah, she was trying to do it now.
Yeah, well, y'all can get together, we can
Okay, certainly.
get y'all together and we'll have a discussion.
yeah, thank you. I can send you some emails with different links and
Okay.
stuff that they have to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be today, tomorrow, just whenever it's convenient,
That's
in
fine.
the next few weeks.
I see the position of child support. I got a question on child support. If someone is delinquent, how far do you go back in years?
I don't know that answer. I would have to talk with a specialist in that area, and I
Yeah,
won't claim to be that
I
expert.
asked you because I saw one on TV, but it went back 50 years.
Yeah, you can go back.
They can go back as far as they want.
Yeah,
It's crime.
you can go back.
Not comply with the court
Whether
order.
they'll recoup any is another story, but
If there's a court order or a consent agreement where you promised to pay or ordered to pay. and
They can go back to that.
To that.
Okay.
You got some problems, Mr. Belfield?
No, it's not a problem, but
I'm kidding.
I was
sir.
just wondering how somebody gonna pay.
50 years ago.
50 years, wow.
There's a lot of odd things happening in the world today, as you know. Thank you, man.
And they were encouraging in the news that especially for women, they said, go on back and get it.
Yeah. Sometimes men get that money too.
Yeah, it's true, but it's very rare.
I hope that don't come in the story in the paper tomorrow. Mr. Lamb, you had something else?
I had one other matter. Sandy, Vic, she's still here? Could you come forward?
Come forward.
I know last week or the week before, we talked about the camera system upgrade at the jail, and we decided to do that this year, or it was small enough amount, we put it in for next year. Do you know what?
Are you talking about the additional cameras that we wanted to put on, focused on that parking lot behind the jail?
Right.
I think we were adding it to this coming year.
This coming year, okay, and
think
we
that was
put
the
that
plan.
in the budget.
You had Melanie make a note to add it
Okay.
somewhere. I'm not
Is
sure
that
where.
the same place that I saw on TV last night? We had a blind spot.
Well, we've had a couple of, not a situation as bad as last night, but we've had a couple of like fender benders take place in that parking lot. The police have wanted footage on it, and we don't have any cameras that focus on that area. So
But-
that was my request, was to have some cameras that focus on that area. Had we had them in place, we could have done a lot better with trying to pick up these guys that came out that way and ran through that back parking lot.
Does this address what we agreed to last week? Does it address the blind spot though that was in the courtyard or in the playground area? Do we, Sheriff's Department still here? Yeah.
Playground? Okay, come on. What playground?
Now, I just want to make sure while we're doing the parking lot outside that we include in that.
I mean, there are other places that we need cameras, like we don't have any cameras that are on the gravel parking lot next to the funeral home. There are no cameras that focus on that area either.
Right. But within the facility, where I saw on TV last night, there was a blind spot. Are we addressing that blind spot with this?
I think what you might be referring to was an internal blind spot that they have in that building that's part of their security system, separate from what we were talking about.
Roving camera that was.
Can you help us with that?
Yeah, she's correct. It's a different
Right.
video system that what she's talking about.
Okay.
This is an internal blind spot that I think I've heard them talking about last night when we were looking at camera footage.
Okay, thank you. That was, thank you.
Is that situation yesterday where the blind spot is within the jail? Is that camera broke, or does it need another camera, or what? Brandon?
Let's
Can we address
let's
that?
take that up
It's
at a
gonna
later
need to be
date.
replaced. It's an old, antique
Sounds like a maintenance.
zoom, camera that just needs to be upgraded.
Okay. We will re-examine the whole plan for cameras in
We'll
the
do that.
jail.
I am
That's all I have.
at the end of my agenda as currently, have we got, thinking we may look at tomorrow's agenda, I'll see we have some items that we may spend some more time on than what's on here. Is there anything on here that we could move forward at this point in time? And if not, we've got one closed session item. I wanted to see if we were prepared to do that today, if we could.
If we can do the commissioner's room audio visual while Sandy's here.
But I think she wasn't ready for it.
Oh, she's not? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
she didn't have that stuff with her.
We got outside agency requests, the MAP program, or closed session. Whichever.
Can we do closed session?
Sure.
Mr. Lamb, Mr. Durham, did you have anything on closed session or just the one item?
Yes, they're gonna make a presentation.
Sir?
All the department heads gonna.
They already have.
They just did.
Only for expansion
Yeah.
items, not everyone.
Their base,
Those that were requesting increases.
increases, their base budget, they've already met with.
I see some sitting here that haven't spoken now, that's why I was wondering.
Well, let's take a, well, what I'd like to do is, we got a closed session scheduled for tomorrow, and we are prepared that we can work on it today. And since we got some extra time, I'd like to do that this afternoon, but I'll call for a recess and advise everyone when we come back, we will go immediately into a closed session, which will end us for today. Is that okay with all the commissioners?
Mm-hmm.